Well, Durud Patriots, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to day 127 of Iran Revolution Live with your wonderful and amazing host, Mr. Armin Navabi.
And your wonderful and amazing host, Goldie Murray.
Thank you so much, Armin. Armin, how are you doing today?
Well, I'm very excited. You brought us the most amazing guest, Goldie. So very excited.
I'm thrilled to introduce him, guys. So everyone, make sure that you like and share and let everyone know, because we have a fantastic guest who's going to join us in a little bit. And let me just share something before we bring him on, because Armin, one of the difficulties and challenges that we Iranians have had is not a lot of people have been using their platform to speak out in support of Iranians, right? And there is a huge difference between Iranians and the Islamic regime, but more so, not a lot of people have also used their platforms to raise awareness about the leader of the Iranian national revolution, the Lion and Sun Revolution. So, before we bring our special guest on, I just wanted to share this quick video from our special guest who's going to be joining us momentarily. So let's just watch this here.
World migration into white countries, immigrants in Palestine, whatever that is. Anyway, so it gets even hairier. So Reza Pahlavi, all right, so this guy, the GOAT, all right, the exiled prince, dropped a truth nuke on Europe.
I have spent the past several weeks traveling across Europe, speaking to members of parliaments, governments, and the press. My visit had one objective: to give a voice to the millions of Iranians held hostage by the Islamic Republic.
All right, it's pretty
its
noble.
Terror and its internet blackout. The millions of Iranians who have been silenced.
That's a genocide.
But I can now say with confidence that silencing, that censorship is not just happening at the hands of the regime in Iran.
Oh, shit.
But by the international and particularly the European media.
There it is.
So I want to speak directly to the people of Europe. In the past 2 weeks, I have had 2 press conferences, one in Stockholm and one yesterday in Berlin. Between them, more than 150 journalists attended. We spent more than 2 hours together. And in those 2 hours, not a single of the 150 journalists asked me a question about the 40,000 Iranians
that is actually crazy.
On the streets of my country.
That is actually crazy.
On January 8th.
That should radicalize the shit out of you. All these leftoid journalists that are constantly pushing their human rights slogans and their activist garbage, and how Trump is a dictator and how you need infinite brown migration deporting them is a violation of human rights. All of these dipshits are complete and utter, not only hypocrites, but they're evil. They're actually just evil. That's insane.
8th and 9th.
They stand for absolutely nothing. Nothing. It's like the same. It's all the guys that are freaking out. Oh my God, I can't believe Trump isn't arresting pedophiles in the Epstein files. My guy, I have fantastic news. Trump killed a regime of pedophiles in Iran. Fantastic news, guys. No one seems super excited about that, though.
Not a single of the 150 journalists asked me about the 19 political prisoners
That's crazy.
Executed in the last 2 weeks.
That's actually insane.
When I told them that there were 20 political prisoners currently sentenced to death, not a single one of the 150 journalists asked me about them.
This should radicalize the shit out of you, man.
When I stood next to a mother whose son was killed and a father whose son was killed on January 8th and 9th, and asked them to hear their stories, not a single one of the 150 European journalists asked them a question. Here,
almost like they're just
in the heart of a
they're completely owned by Islam. It's crazy.
continent that claims to stand for human rights,
Of course.
justice, and dignity. Its journalists have fully abdicated their professional responsibilities and even their moral objectivity. It is clear to me that my 40,000 brave, innocent compatriots who were slaughtered in the fight for liberty are of little interest to these journalists.
Just completely true.
They
They
seem
don't care at all.
more interested in criticizing America,
That's right.
asking why
That's right.
the United States
That's right.
and Israel killed the dictator
That's right.
that has slaughtered
Oh, yeah.
our people for 47
It's
years.
almost like they just hate God. You know, I've come to the conclusion that they actually, this is a war on God. They hate Western civilization based on biblical values, and they're doing everything they can to import infinite retards and barbarians and destroy us. All right. And it's almost like that fits every single one of their policies.
years than criticizing the regime doing the slaughtering. They seem more interested in asking questions about Iran's past and history than about what is happening in Iran today or about the democratic future Iranians are seeking. One member of parliament even told me they didn't think Iranians were ready for democracy.
Wow, dude.
But to that member of
But you know who is ready for democracy? 1 million Pakistanis that we are importing into England today, ladies and gentlemen.
parliament, to those journalists,
And
I
Palestine.
remind you, Iranians aren't just ready for democracy. 40,000 people just gave their lives for it.
Damn, bro.
And I won't let that be in vain. So know this, whether or not Europe stands with us, whether or not your journalists do their jobs, whether or not your politicians demonstrate the courage to act, I will fight
Yeah,
for
they don't
my
care.
people and my country. Even if we have to do this alone, we will fight until Iran is free.
Damn, bro. That is crazy. So anyway, this one post alone, this one tweet, as you can see, it already has 11.4 million views, which is pretty insane, actually. And Donald Trump is echoing this ideology. The Chancellor of Germany, Friedrich Merz, thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. He doesn't know what he's talking about. If Iran had a nuclear weapon, the whole world would be held hostage. I am doing something with Iran right now that other nations or presidents should have done long ago. No wonder Germany is doing so poorly, both economically and otherwise. President Donald J. Trump.
There we go. So, guys, without any further ado, let's give a huge welcome to our very special guest today, Nux. Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome.
Iranians, hello. How are we doing, guys? Anything going on in the world?
I don't know. It seems a little
Not much.
quiet these days. Just the usual, explosions and the boom booms and all the terrorists and chanting death to America, death to
I mean,
to
to be
Israel.
fair, being a terrorist is like the highest civilian honor in Pakistan.
It is actually. It is. They celebrate
So-
them.
You gotta
Well-
respect the grind.
Oh my gosh! Wow. Well, thank you so much for being here, Nux. Really, really appreciate that. And first of all, I just want to say on behalf of all the Iranians who are watching and those who support us, thank you for using your platform to raise awareness about His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi. Really means a lot to us. You don't have to do that at all. So, my first question to you is, why? Why are you speaking out? And what made you decide to speak out about like Iran and Iranians?
Well, I saw Cenk Younger didn't like the war, so I immediately had to support it. That's basically, I'm a simple man. No, but seriously. So here I am. I'm seeing all sorts of evil. Okay, I'm not going to swear on your channel. All sorts of evil things and
Thank you.
shenanigans
You know,
happening
Nux,
across the world.
Nux, I will give you a break because I know you're spicy. Armin has the rule. Armin can't swear, but if you know
Wow.
a few things here and there, I'll let it pass. So it's okay.
Discrimination.
All right,
here. Being
I'll do
oppressed,
my
guys.
best. Yeah, so I see real people getting oppressed, all right, and then I see the tolerant left basically supporting the oppressors again and again and again. So I'm not like, I try to when Pakistan and India were getting into like beef last year, I covered that too, obviously on the side of India in that instance. But I try to be level-headed in general. I didn't bring up Prince Pahlavi because like I was trying to virtue signal. If I was trying to virtue signal, I would be, getting Anna Kasparian on my show to make fun of Jews or something. But I saw an injustice and I wanted to make fun of, okay, I'm not going to swear. I wanted to make fun of unscrupulous individuals, which in this instance was the gay penis penis not working Ayatollah guy. That guy, he was one of them.
The gay Ayatollah, that's what they call him on Fox News. Yeah.
It works only for a certain demographic, unfortunately, for young boys. Unfortunately, that's what his type is.
Well, I mean, that fits very well into the leftist sex trafficking policies, which is why they left the border open in America. So it fits. It's perfect. It works out great.
So tell us a little bit about yourselves, because one thing we want to do next is we want to introduce you to obviously our our Iranian community, the Iranian diaspora. They're watching this right now. They're probably a little bit confused. They're like, well, who's this cartoon character here? So can you tell us a little bit about yourself and your channel, what you stand for, the kinds of things that you speak about, the things that you call out. Maybe just like a bit of an intro as to who you are and why you're doing all this.
I'm a blue cartoon on the internet. I started off making like anime type videos or whatever and stuff, and as I continued doing internet things and I started amassing an audience, I actually wanted to do things that mattered more, I guess. Not that I matter, but and I try my best to be honest about things that I see and call out assholes when they deserve it, and then I ended up just becoming a politics channel because that's where most of the assholes are, I guess. So at this point, I try my best, and it honestly, being anonymous on the internet has definitely helped. Lots of death threats and stuff, and that's because leftists want to kill me, I guess. But hey, that means you're doing something right.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I actually used to be a politician in Canada, and then I saw. Oh yeah, believe me. I was.
I used to live in Canada, so like I'm saying this from like personal knowledge, okay?
So I was a politician. I was conservative politician. I was actually kicked out of my party because the Islamists and jihadis accused me of Islamophobia for raising awareness about anti-Semitism and Jew hatred in Canada. Yeah, so I took a picture with
I believe that.
Robinson. Yeah, I took a picture with Tommy Robinson, and they didn't like that, so I was kicked out of my party for that. So Canada, unfortunately, is a bit of a lost cause. But yeah, politicians, I know them quite well, and a lot of them are a-holes. So I have to agree with you on that for sure.
That's crazy. I didn't know that. That's a crazy backstory. Wow.
Does the hate get to you sometimes? Like, does it bother you, or you're like, no issues there?
I guess it used to. At this point, it's just like good content. If I see like someone, with a, because some death threats are like very creative, and those are always appreciated. Like, if you're gonna send me death threats, like I want to be able to make content out of it, if possible. So those are great. Usually it's just like the normal, like, out of context clips and disingenuous lies and stuff like that. That's more annoying. But the creative death threats are always fun. Those are great.
Who do you get the most attacked by? Leftists or Muslims or what?
What's the difference? Like imagine Hassan Piker's audience archetype. Like, I guess 25-year-old male in his mother's basement, kind of a communist, supports jihad. That guy is my my normal hater.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I mean, well, you get accused by the weirdos and like the deranged, leftist lunatic freaks that I call them, of like inciting violence. Meanwhile, they're the ones who are actually the ones inciting violence. But the gaslighting is
What do you
insane.
mean? They're inciting violence. You didn't hear every time leftists try to kill someone, it's a staged event. You didn't hear that?
Right, right.
Absolutely,
Self-staged.
absolutely. Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's always like a false flag or something like that. Meanwhile, there's actually documented proof that it's the Islamists that create false flag events. In fact, the 1979 Islamic Revolution happened because of a false flag event that the communists.
Really?
Oh yeah, it's called Cinema Rex. Yeah, Cinema Rex. So the false flag events are always from the Islamist and communist side, unfortunately. So,
No,
but
but my favorite part about the false flags is like these guys will be like, I will blow you up. And then they'll blow you up. And then they'll be like, it was totally Israel, guys. It wasn't me. I was not involved. It was Israel. But then they'll still celebrate the explosion. All right. So it's,
Yeah.
am I supposed to sit here and take you seriously? Like
Have you seen all of the TikTok videos? Have you seen all the TikTok videos of the leftists being upset that the assassination on Trump failed again? Like those,
yeah. So they'll be sad that it failed, and at the same time, they will say that it was fake. They'll be like they'll all be like, yeah, we want to kill him. We're gonna try to kill him. Someone tries to kill him. That was fake. That was the Jews, probably. But still we have to try again and not miss next time. Like, so I've just come to the conclusion that that they just use words as weapons. They don't actually believe the things they say.
Really?
And it's a much healthier mindset, like when they'll try to be like, Trump is criticizing Jimmy Kimmel, he's going against freedom of speech, and it's like, excuse you, banned Trump from the internet while he was a sitting president. Like, you're gonna criticize people for freedom of speech? Yeah. So I just think they don't believe words.
Nux, I think one of the reasons that you are getting a lot of attacks because of your content is because you're what's the saying here? Like my immigrant is coming out now. You're over the target, over the mark or something. What's that phrase?
That works.
Yeah, sure. But because what we're seeing in the United States right now, this, we call it the unholy alliance of the left and the black, right? Red and the black, red being Marxists and Islamists, Marxists and communists, and black being Islamists. And, they are united in this anti-imperialist, anti-Israel ideology. And it's that same ideology that destroyed Iran back in 1979 and turned it into, an Islamic hellhole governed by Sharia law, with the help of Jimmy Carter and the Democrats, by the way, right? Like the Republicans supported the Shah, but it was the Democrats and Jimmy Carter. And that's exactly what we're seeing today with the Democrats supporting this violent movement on the far left, right? The Islamists and communists and jihadis. And it's like what you're doing is really, really important because you are exposing this. Because ultimately, the left and the Islamists are united by their anti-imperialism ideology. And, for them, it's all about, Jews are the colonizers, Israel is the colonizer. Meanwhile, the biggest colonizer in the Middle East are the Arab Muslims. And they've turned, the entire Middle East into this sort of, all sort of a similar ideology. And really, the only two main civilizations that were able to survive were, of course, the Jews and the Iranians.
Yep. I would argue that they're not actually anti-imperialist. And I think that, once again, you've fallen into the trap of believing words that they use. And they don't use words because they mean them. They use them as weapons because they're imperialist. All right. Like the best example ever is Hassan Piker, who's, fighting against the empire of America. He's pro-China and pro-Russia. Right. He just supports the other empire. All right. So I don't actually think they're anti-imperialist at all. Islam, as you mentioned, is the #1 colonial movement in the history of the world. All right. So I'm not going to sit here and be like they're anti-colonizers. They're pro-colonizers. They're just pro their own colonizers. So I actually don't I don't subscribe to that. I know that
Very good point. Very good point. So I guess what I mean is anti-Western imperial. Like they're anti-Western. They're anti-Western,
so
but they want their own form of imperialism and colonization.
So I think, again, I know that this is something that I guess it depends on the audience. I think they are at war with the biblical foundation of Western civilization. That's kind of the way I see it. Because if you look at, Islamist / leftist, especially the far leftist policy, they basically go against every single thing in the Bible, like a checklist. They're pro-abortion and child castration and cross-dressing and extrajudicial killing when they support it. Communism is basically stealing money from people that earn it and redistributing it to people that didn't. And it's like, it's almost like a checklist. Pride parades. Isn't pride like one of the deadly sins, like the worst of them? And that's what they celebrate. So I don't know, man. I kind of think it's a little more on that end.
So Nux, I consider United States to be the greatest anti-imperialist force in the world. Because whatever involvement they have around the world with any other country is by consent, unless it's a tyranny. And because anti-imperialism means that you respect the sovereignty of the people of the country in any area. So when the United States is attacking tyrants, it's not imperialism. It's actually moving against the forces that are challenging the sovereignty of the people. And with any other country, they're doing it, they're involved with consent. So anything that empowers the people is anti-imperial. One thing that I have a friendly disagreement with you. I think the Western countries are great because of Enlightenment values. And I know, like, I'm not here to debate. I just want to say another perspective is that it was the Enlightenment values coming out of Western Europe that made Western countries, gave them the principles and the methods that made them greater. And again, I mean, this is just I don't think it was, and I know many people in the chat also are on your side and against what I'm saying, but there's another perspective that it's not like Judeo-Christian values, it's the Enlightenment values that is the reason for the superiority of Western countries. But yeah.
I mean, we could definitely debate exactly what made the West really awesome. We definitely could, and I think it's probably a mix of things. But okay, so they don't like both of those things because those are not values that are shared with that entire swath of the world, from the Islamists to the communists and all those guys. So I'm not going to sit here and split hairs. The idea, though, that it's anti-imperialism is something I reject, though. Because I don't think they believe that. I don't think they care about that. They'd conquer the world if they could. They just can't because they're 85 IQ inbreds. No offense. But they're trying. They're doing their best.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm not racist, so I say 85 instead of 65, which is more Somalia area.
But you know what? You do actually make a very good point about the anti-imperialism. I think it's more accurate to probably say anti-Western imperialism, because they do want to impose their own form of imperialism on the world, which is this Islamic caliphate and jihad. And Armin has shared a lot of these videos of we call them like the Haydar videos. I don't know if you've seen any of them, but like they're basically in their like jihadi, we call it Durka Durka songs. In these songs, like they're basically talking about like colonial expansion, and they're also talking about how they want to like destroy Israel and things like that. And so on the topic of Israel, actually, I wanted to know, what can we and, our viewers and, people in general, what can we do to help combat the, rise of anti-Semitism and just, overall sort of Jew hate that we're seeing here? People call
so
you
I think a lot of it is
Jew, so I'm
you
assuming you're Jewish.
I am Jewish. But I think ultimately you're not allowed to be retarded. I feel like that's the number one source of all this is So again, I think it's a mix of many different issues. I mean, at some point, you complain when the Jews are rich, and you complain when the Jews are poor, and you complain when the Jews have too much power and integrate too well, and then you complain when the Jews aren't integrating at all. At some point, you have to realize that the reason why you're alone and you don't have a girlfriend is kind of your fault, not the Jews. However, I mean, Jews do make their own issues sometimes too. I'm not gonna lie. It's not like there's it doesn't mean that we should have Muslims stabbing Jews in public in London or anything, but ultimately, I feel like it's just it's like a social retardation that's just very, very palatable because there's a huge audience for it. It's a really easy way to shift blame, and it's just everyone likes to be a victim sometimes.
And something, it actually makes money, because I've noticed with the way like this X monetization has been working in the past, people have found out that they can, like, there's actually a huge like Jew hating grift that they can go on, where there's they put out something against Jews or Israel, and it gets so many likes and views, and this can be monetized, and so this encourages people to become, even more, anti-Israel, or even just anti-Jewish, or anti-Zionist, or whatever the case might be. So it's like this sort of cycle that feeds itself, and it becomes, bigger and bigger in that sense. And I think we saw that with this one X user that I think you were speaking about as well. That was making like $8,000 every 2 weeks, just posting like utter nonsense on X.
Junior, the legend. Oh my God, that guy's incredible.
He's a very
he went on a debate, and he was like, "You see, Aisha must have been an adult because she was playing with dolls, and only children play with dolls." It's like, that's a contradiction. That doesn't make any sense. But yeah, no. So again, I think the solution is not being okay. I shouldn't say the R word on your stream.
It's okay.
But that is ultimately that's the solution, though. Okay, because anyone that sees Junior's posts and is like, "Oh my God, this is so real. 100 billion likes. Jews are lighting Argentina on fire. 100,000 likes." It's like, okay, all right. So you have a large audience in Pakistan. Cool, love that. And I think the most obvious example has got to be Tucker Carlson. That guy, he has a 6% approval rating among Republicans, which was his major base right before he started this whole thing. Now, every single show he does, like, he gets some random person, and then the random person is like, "Did you know that the Jews did 9/11?" He's like, "Oh, I would never say that the Jews did 9/11. However, I mean, I'm open to the suggestion." He'll sit there and, like, he'll ponder it. So, obviously.
Nick Fuentes is more direct with his statements rather than being apologetic. Like Tucker is kind of like acts like he's not saying it, but he platforms people who are saying it. But Nick Fuentes just says it. And
yeah, I really appreciate Nick Fuentes' honesty. I really do.
Why?
Oh, because he's honest about it. Like Tucker Carlson, I think he's probably some sort of foreign operative. He's going to sit there and be like, "Oh, those hummus heaters that killed Jesus are everywhere now. I didn't mean the Jews." And it's like, okay, dude. All right. So,
but doesn't Nick Fuentes' popularity worry you? Like, he's
I mean, I do think, again, a solution to a lot of the narrative is just looking into things for just a second. Sure. I mean, I know this is going to be controversial, but people have hated Jews for like a really long time.
Yep.
I don't think it's that new. It's more mainstream now than it's been for probably the last couple decades. But we know what happened a couple decades ago. So,
a lot of that hatred, unfortunately, comes from the Islamic regime. One thing that people don't realize is that the Islamic regime actually has a ministry of cyber warfare. So, even though they've shut down the internet to prevent Iranians from speaking out, they themselves actually employ people from all around the world, a lot of Pakistanis, Bangladeshis, and, whoever else, influencers as well, to spread their propaganda. And a lot of it does include anti-Israel, anti-Jewish propaganda. So, I have a feeling that when the Islamic regime is finally overthrown, we're going to see a sharp decline in sort of this online propaganda, because a lot of that money does come from the Islamic regime. And one thing that's really interesting is that right now the same people who are attacking Israel and Jewish people, they're also attacking us Iranians, and they're calling us either like we're not Iranians, or we're Mossad, we're
Yeah, I
compromised, or
saw that. It's horrible.
yeah. And so they're basically grouping us together, right? And that's because we, as Iranians, we don't hate Israel. In fact, we've always been friends with Israel and Jews, and that's kind of our shared history that goes back thousands of years. But because we don't fit into this jihadi Islamic anti-Israel ummah caliphate whatever, oh, we must be the wrong type of brown or beige or whatever. And so now they're trying to, like, they're basically using the same tactics against us. So like Tucker Carlson for example, and Chunky Yogurt, and all these people are denying the atrocities that are happening to the Iranian people, because they're on the side of the Islamic regime, because the Islamic regime is supporting Palestine.
Yeah, I do think it all ties into one. And when it comes to Palestine, I think the entire Palestine movement in America, or in the West in general, it's like the most obvious psyop of all time. It really is. Because like if you want to look at oppressed versus oppressor, like you have people getting massacred in Sudan, in Nigeria, in Iran, in Syria, everywhere, right? It's happening all over the place, all right? And those guys didn't start some sort of war where their goal was to rape and kill as many Jews as they could. They just kind of existed, and they didn't like that very much, and they killed them. And they don't support a single one of those guys. They don't care at all about them. Now, when it comes to Palestine, as you so correctly pronounced it, by the way, like, the whole thing is the most obvious Trojan horse that, in my opinion, the Islamists are using to psyop the libtards to give them some sort of movement against the West. All right. And I mean, like, you'll ask these people, it's like, oh, what do you think of the Palestinian plight? And they'll be like, oh, it's unbelievable. There's a pretendicide happening, and it's a true nightmare. All right. And then and then they'll say, okay, do you know where it is on the map? No. Is it in Asia? Like, okay.
What do you think about the deep bond and connection between the Iranian people and Israeli people right now? The growing bond that they have, like, do you?
I think that they have the same enemy, right? Iran funded Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas, that have been terrorizing Israel for years, and obviously they've been terrorizing their own people for years. And like, all the instability that happens in the Middle East, as far as I can tell, is basically coming from this Islamic regime that's been torturing their own people. Where are the queers? Where are the queers for Palestine? Oh, the queers are never there when you need them. Never. Never. Trump interrupts an Ayatollah Diddy party, and the queers are silent. Heartbreaking.
Do you think Iran and Israel could become allies soon?
I mean, absolutely. That's why I think one of the reasons Netanyahu keeps talking about regime change. Of course, they could be great allies. I think, as far as I understand, the people love each other. Every time Netanyahu posts like a video, he's like, Iranian people, we're on your side. Hello, hello, hello. We like you guys. Hello. We really don't like these pedophile ayatollahs that are kind of going around raping kids and goats. Thank you, Allah, you've given us kids and also goats. Literally. And this dude, like, it's so obvious that these people suck.
We also have an ancient bond. I think the connection between the nation of Israel and the nation of Iran it's a type of connection that no other two countries enjoy. So they share the same values, but they have also ancient bonds with each other that goes back.
Yeah, it goes back to Cyrus the Great, for sure.
Yeah. There's no other two countries that are like that.
I didn't think about that, but yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah.
Did you ever watch that video where there was this like lefty journalist asking Reza Pahlavi if he's an Israeli asset?
Yeah.
You saw that?
Yeah, and Reza responded with straight fire. He's like, my grandfather rescued Jews during the Holocaust, and your grandfather was putting them in ovens. It's like, oh, okay. He didn't exactly say that. He's a lot more eloquent than I am.
Yes.
Okay, all right, just to be clear. But yeah, no, that was awesome.
Yeah, and I mean, it brings up a great point, right? I mean, there's so many. There's a lot of history there, but because Iran has been colonized by this Islamic dictatorship that is completely foreign to our history or civilization or culture as Iranians. It's 47 years, and people have forgotten about that history. But I have a feeling that when Iran is free, we're going to see definitely a shift. And this is what's scaring, Russia and China.
Oh yeah,
and also the leftists too, right? In the United States, they're all freaking out right now because they see this Islamic dictatorship, which is pretty much like modern day Nazi Germany in a way. They see this as like what's the word I'm looking for? Like the resistance to the United States, and it's wild how much Russia and China and Qatar and the Muslim Brotherhood and the regime have infiltrated Western society. And
I mean, if you look at the top donors to like American universities, it's mostly like Qatar, China. What do they really care if we have good accountants in America? I don't think so. So again, I think the game is very obvious if you look at it. I mean, you look at this like Islamic leftist alliance, like the communist leftists that get along somehow across the whole West. I mean, it's because they don't have anything in common. Hello? Queers for Palestine is like chickens for KFC, as they say. We fight for the oppressed people, so we're going to import infinite Muslims into our countries because they also fight against oppression. Statistically, it's such a joke. We believe all women unless they're raped by a Muslim. Okay, all right, cool, love that. And you look at every single one of their policies; it doesn't align with Islamic doctrine. I mean, Sharia law doesn't believe in communism. They believe in private property. In fact, they believe that you could take other people as your private property. All right. So am I supposed to sit here and make believe that it's like two ideologies that get along? Like, of course not.
Well, they get along on being against the so-called imperialist West, and that's their highest priority. So everything else could be ignored.
It's because that's the psyop. Exactly. Yeah. That's the psyop. And they work really well together. The leftists abort their children and castrate them, so they're not able to actually, introduce another generation into their ideology. So they're like, oh my God, we need to import people that breed a lot and will vote for us. So they import people from the third world. And those guys will always vote for, the leftist pro-infinite migration party to bring in their whole families. So,
This is why Westerners should use Iran as an example for what's about to happen to them, because we had a great prospering country, and then we had the alliance between the Muslims and the leftists in our country, and it basically took everything away from us. We lost the country to this alliance. And also, it should be also a warning to the leftists, because every single time that this happens, it happened in Afghanistan as well. Afghanistan was at one point a prospering country. Many people don't know that, and they also had the communists come and take over, and the vacuum was filled by Islamists. But every time every time the Muslims took over, they eliminated the leftists. So the leftists used the Muslims to gain power, and then once the Muslims gained the power, they start executing and pushing aside the leftists, and eventually it will be Islamic rule.
Again, looking at it from the outside, it's the most obvious thing in the world. Right. I just think, the leftists are so divorced from, I don't know, I would say God. Some might say enlightenment, I guess, but I would say they're so divorced from God that they don't care. They don't care what happens to the next generation. They just don't care. Yeah. They're like literally, little nihilistic dipshits that want power now, and they don't actually care about the consequences.
Right. Actually, the Muslims, to be fair to Muslims, at least they have a plan for what comes after they destroy the so-called imperial. Yeah, but
That's right.
the
Absolutely. You see, the leftoids,
Right.
those guys are just useful idiots, right? These guys figured out a way to conquer the world without drawing a
Right.
sword.
Right. Yeah. They just want. They just have this revolutionary fetish. They just want if revolution for the sake of revolution, not revolution for the sake of building something after. They just want to destroy. They don't want to build anything.
Yeah.
Let's
They killed their babies. I'm sorry. I don't know your stances on abortion and stuff, but like from my perspective, like we're watching people kill themselves. Like these guys are literally killing themselves. It's crazy.
Yeah. Oh no, you can like we're open to all different political opinions here. So yeah, I want to go to a few super chats though because people are very appreciative that you're here, Nux. So, is this is not a super chat, but I just saw this. Is this a thing?
The Jew tunnels. You are unfamiliar with the Jew tunnels?
I am unfamiliar with that. I just didn't know that was
apparently in New York City they found like these Chabad Jews had like these tunnels underground, and it was like going super viral because it's like, what are the Jews doing in the tunnels? So I had to leave the Jew tunnels for this one.
Oh well, thank you for leaving the Jew tunnels to join us. Really appreciate that.
My natural habitat.
You'll have to show us one day. Okay, so Roman Cabbage says Billy sent us hello Nux the Blue Jew. Kol Hakavad, Am Israel Chai, Javid Shah, God bless America.
It's a good one.
Amir the Cricket, some shekels for Nux's swear jar. Okay, so there you go. You can save you. Mauer says, yo, Nux, my blue Jew, the man, the myth, the legend. Yes, we're very, very lucky to have him here. Very grateful. William Mongrain says, how to understand leftist speech. Every word is false unless they're threatening your life, and every accusation is a disguised confession. Push-ups. How dare Armin disagree? He must be canceled. Yeah, guys, Armin's canceled now. Guys, Armin's canceled for disagreeing with Nux.
All right.
All right, Armin.
Should I go?
Amir the Cricket. Amir the Cricket. Much love for Nux. Not that he needs it. Based AF. Nux, the fact that you joined the stream turn you to Amu Nux. Now the Iranians will claim you. That is true. That is true. We really appreciate you, Nux, and I do have a few more questions for you before you leave. But Push-Up says matzo balls of steel. Yes. Armin, please come on Dangerous Liberty podcast. Okay, Armin, look up Dangerous Liberty podcast because we want you there. Major Actual. Yuri Bezmenov said nothing untrue. Yes, we've played Yuri Bezmenov before, 100%. Roman Viking. Nux, are you looking forward to the AI future?
I mean, I think that people are overhyping it. I'm not going to lie. I do think that AI is going to take away a lot of jobs, but it'll also introduce new jobs. Everyone was freaking out when they invented sewing machines, and all the seamstresses were like, oh my God, it's so over. And, we figured it out. So I don't know. I think we'll figure it out.
I think it's a big deal, but I think it's positive. Like, do you feel like, I think it's going to change. I think it's like every single other industrial revolution. It's going to make some people,
Aren't you happy we have sewing machines?
Do
you want to still need to go to the river to wash your socks instead of just throw them in the washing machine?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the same thing happened with the printing press. When the printing press was first invented, people were like going and like destroying them or burning them or something. So, yeah.
I mean, I see a very obvious advantage to this AI future that's just happening right in front of us, and that is. Hollywood, for example, will not be able to have a stranglehold on entertainment anymore because anyone could create visual stories at this point. You're going to actually have to sit down and make some good stuff if you actually want it to work. Otherwise,
removes the gatekeepers. Removes the gatekeepers.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yes.
Now, again, I feel bad for the artists, but that's life, I guess.
Well, I mean, we'll have new types of art, just like the photography at first, like, it's killing the painters, but then photography became its own art. So I think, we will have new types of artists.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, also look at what you're doing, like Nux. I mean, I'm assuming this is like AI or something, right? Like, I have no idea how you're doing that. Like,
zero AI, no AI whatsoever. No.
You're real,
No
right?
AI.
I forgot. You're real. You're real.
No, really. I promise you, I paid for the art. I paid for someone to rig the model to like follow my facial expressions. This is really not AI.
Well, that's really cool. It's really cool how
Yeah.
you've done it then. But no.
And most leftists will not be able to kill me now. So it's huge. It's like a win-win.
100%. I mean, the death threats are real. I mean, I actually have a bounty of $250,000 on my head from the Islamic regime, and the FBI actually used the email that I received from this like IRGC linked hacker group in this like deposition or something to like take down a bunch of their websites.
Oh, huge. Wait, you didn't go to like the Canadian Secret Service people? You went to the Americans?
Well, the
Understandable.
Americans reached out to me actually. So the Canadians guys, like the Canadians don't take it seriously. I mean, I filed a police report with like the police in Canada, but they're not taking it as seriously as the FBI. So like I literally have the FBI on speed dial if something ever happens, even though I'm a Canadian citizen. But in terms of like Canada, like counterintelligence or counterterrorism, they've never reached out to me. They never took it seriously.
Yeah, as they say in Canada, sir, please, sir, do not redeem, sir. That's as they say in Canada.
As they say in Canada, of course.
There's actually something else that they say in Canada. Let me just pull it up really quick because that no. There's something else that they say in Canada. Let me just pull this up really quick. How do I do this? This is what they say in Canada these days.
Oh.
Deal with the ongoing genocide of MMIW G2SLGBTQIA+. This is abhorrent. Deal with the ongoing genocide of MMIW G2SLGBTQIA+.
Everything's a genocide. Did you not get the memo? This lady looks like she genocided an entire tub of Ben and Jerry's ice cream.
Oh my god. Oh man.
Oh no.
Wow. So yeah, no, it's true though. Like that's the new saying in Canada. Oh my gosh, your commentary is so funny. I actually have a few videos I want to share with you before you leave as well. I'd love to get your thoughts on those videos. But we'll just go to a few super chats before we do that. So Melissa says, much respect to Nux, Javid Nux. So Nux, if you don't know, Javid is Persian for like long live. So we say Javid Shah. So yeah, Javid Nux. Thank you, Nux. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Wait,
I will
try.
Can
I ask something? And Nux, would you go to Iran if Iran becomes free?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I would love to.
We'll host you. We'll host you 100%. We'd love that.
Would be sick. I mean, if you look at, America's greatest allies right now, like this would have been unthinkable a decade ago, but it's like, Argentina, El Salvador, United Arab Emirates, Israel, no European countries make the list anymore.
Not even Canada.
Well, I've said no European countries make the list.
Oh, yeah, okay. I mean, Canada, sure.
Isn't Canada just like, England's little semi-demented stepbrother?
I mean, it's only become that way in the last like 10 years under the Liberals. I mean, under the Conservatives, when Stephen Harper was around, it was still a respectable country.
Then I left. Yeah, I know. I used to live in Canada. I told you.
Oh my gosh! Look, see, we can blame the Jews. It's Nux's fault that this is happening. So there you go.
True.
Always the Jews.
They kicked the Jew out of 110th country, and then all of Canada fell apart.
And it was the Jews. And it was the Jews' fault. Why did he get kicked out? Yeah,
true.
Push-ups. They also attack Christians who don't hate Jews. Yep, that's true. That's true. The woke left and the Islamists. William Mongrain. Anti-Semitism is based in bitterness and jealousy and comes from the spirit of Cain, pure and simple.
We should call it Jew hatred. Anti-Semitism is not that effective, in my opinion.
I've had a few Jewish people tell me that Jew hatred is better. So I try to use Jew hatred, but I forget sometimes.
My complaint with the term anti-Semitism is it's like it just sounds, the people that use that word are like the ADL and like these like woke organizations that go after everybody. The people that call Trump a Nazi use the word anti-Semitism. So it's like at this point it just means nothing.
Jew hatred is definitely more accurate. I agree. Roman cabbage. Billy sent us. Okay.
Thank you, Billy.
Thank you. So we have questions, but Nux, anything you don't want to answer, obviously you don't have to. So just just feel free to say no. So Roman Viking is asking, Nux, are you a liberal or religious Zionist? What's better, Balfour Declaration 1917 or UN Division Plan 1947? Is this something that you want to answer?
I'll answer, vaguely. I don't really conform to boxes very well in general. I'm definitely religious. So the term Zionist means different. It means something else depending on who you ask. Some people will say that it's a new colonial movement about, colonizing the, ancient Palestine mandate. Some people would say it's a decolonization project because, the Jews were there first. I don't know, man. I'm not like the biggest fan of the actual government of Israel. However, I do believe that the land of Israel is the Holy Land. So, I fall into this weird middle ground where, obviously I love the land of Israel. I believe it was promised by God 3,000 years ago, as everyone likes to say. But I don't feel necessarily some sort of radical allegiance to like the government per se.
Which is fair.
Yeah. Nux, what do you think about this? Like, I would think like, yeah, the Jews were there first, but even if they weren't, I'm in favor of the people who are more interested in building rather than raping. So even like, just looking at it now, like who's civilized, who's on the side of order and prosperity, and who's on the side of destruction.
The issue with that line though is, okay, so then would you support America conquering Zimbabwe because that's a shithole?
Well, but they didn't conquer. Like the Israelis didn't conquer, right? So I wouldn't say.
So, I would
I'm
agree
just
with
saying
you.
that. Yeah. Okay, so because conquer, if they were conquering, then they would be on the destruction and invasion side, but they're not, right? So I'm just saying, even if they didn't have that history, just looking at them now. Yeah.
There's three ways to own land in the world. Essentially, there's inheriting it. Right, you got it from your ancestors. There's conquering it, or using force to make sure that you maintain it. And then there's contractually getting it. And ironically, the Jews got Israel in all three of those ways.
Yeah, and building it, and also like building on it, turning something.
Building
it
is part of inheriting it. That's inheriting
okay.
it. You inherited it from the people that built it. So the Jews got it in those three ways.
I mean, I would say that, one of the strongest, pieces of historical evidence that just, proves that Israel belongs to the Jewish people is, Cyrus the Great, right? After he freed the Jews from the Babylonian enslavement, took them back to the Promised Land, and he helped them build the second temple. Right? Yep. And that's not even a religious thing. That's literally, in our history as Iranians.
I mean, look, they found the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is like, a 1-to-1 perfect, the Torah, right? Like there's unfathomable amounts of archaeological evidence that this is all true and that Jews were there, a really long time ago. And the argument that people make, like, to counter that is like, oh yeah, but the Canaanites were there first, once you're getting that old. But technically, what a lot of people don't know is that the Canaanites were not there first. Right. The reason why, anti-Semitism is a thing is because the people that lived in that area were called the Semites. Noah had 3 sons, Sem, another one was Ham. Ham had a son, Canaan. Canaan had Africa and conquered the Holy Land from the Semites, actually. So the Canaanites were colonizers. Right. When the Jews came out of Egypt, in the times of Joshua, they took it from the colonizers, the Canaanites.
So, may I ask one more question?
History, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. One more question. So, I'm an atheist, right? And you believe in God and Jesus. I was wondering, what's your view on people who are pro-America, pro-Israel, pro-capitalism, right? Believe in classical liberal values, Enlightenment values, not like progressive woke leftist values, like the classical liberal values, right? But who's an atheist, right? Do you consider this person to be an ally or the enemy or neither?
So I think actions mean infinitely more than thoughts. All right. So like when it comes to people's ideologies, it depends how that is implemented. You know, you could claim you're part of a religion of peace, but if you start raping people, I'm not going to like you very much. Right. So ultimately, it comes down to what someone's actions are. And if you're a liberal guy that believes in, you know, thou shalt not murder and thou shalt not steal and stuff, you know, I'm going to appreciate you. Obviously,
Okay.
I think that,
Well, I
you
appreciate
know,
you.
even though you don't believe it, I still think you're going to go to heaven. If that's
well,
what,
I appreciate that. That's sweet. Thank you.
yeah.
I appreciate that.
So, you know, they're the 7 Noahide laws. Are you familiar?
No.
So that's an idea that Noah, after the flood, Noah had these 7 laws that he gave to his children that applies to every generation, right? That's what they say. So these are 7 laws that apply, and if you're actually following these 7 laws, that's all good, and you're someone of heaven, right? So as far as I stand, if you're a good moral person, we're all good. And
Well, I
I have no
appreciate
issues
that.
with liberals or anything like that.
No, I appreciate that.
Here are
Thank
the seven laws of Noah, in case anyone is wondering. I just looked it up. So do not worship idols, do not curse God, do not commit murder, do not commit immoral sexual acts, do not steal, do not eat a limb from a living animal, establish courts of justice. So, I mean, basically, it's like just be a normal human being and a good person.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know, as far as I stand, if you're following that, I think you're a wonderful guy and a great ally in general. You're just a good person.
That's very sweet, man. Thank you. Okay.
All right,
Yeah.
a few more super chats from our audience. They're loving you. Thank you so much for being here. So Che says, "Durud, lovely people." Durud means hello in Persian, by the way. So Durud, lovely people. Don't ask Nux about Hassan. Too late. He's already mentioned Hassan Piker.
Who, the dog shocker?
The
That guy,
horrible
that
person.
Hassan?
Horrible person. Garlic toast life. Queers for Palestine is like chickens for KFC. Funniest thing I've heard in years. It's true. Chickens for KFC, cows for Burger King. Blackfish Blues. Goldie and Armin and Nux, the dream team. Love you all. Have some shekels. Thank you. Garlic toast. Can we keep Nux? We promised to feed and water him. No, guys, we have to release him back to the Jew tunnels soon. Because
yeah, we're trying to move away from the stereotypes that Iranians keep hostages. We're trying to show that we're different from the regime.
That's terrible.
So, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we can't keep him. Exactly. We don't want people to think we're hostage takers here. He's got to go back to the tunnels soon. Casey says, "Thanks for coming on. Hope to see you here again." Yeah, we would love that. Absolutely. If you can make time in the future. Okay, awesome. I have a few videos for you. We'd love to get your reaction on some of these videos. So the first one is this guy, and I'm just going to show it to you out of context. And I just, just react and just tell us what you think.
Okay. All right, so I would like to import 1 million of those into Minnesota immediately. All right, I don't even have to think twice. Just give me 1 million of those to go.
I'll take 1 million. Thank you very much.
Let me just change the layout here a little bit so I can make Nux a little bit bigger so people can see his reaction later. So yeah, you wanna import 1 million of those people. All right, okay.
Yeah.
Now
no, exactly that guy. That guy specifically, 1 million of him. Perfect. He's perfect.
These are the savages that we have been dealing with. Like when we talk about like this like Muslim like Shia Islamic death cult, these are the people that do this, but then they also murder us. So it's a very like evil ideology. Now you know what? Wow. But at the same time, the jihadis, they're also trying to modernize. So they're trying to make themselves more.
They've discovered Twitter.
Well, not just that. They're trying to appeal to the younger generation. So here's a video. of, a video of, a mullah dancing with a woman. And this is being shared on Islamic Regime State TV. By the way, dancing is illegal. Dancing is illegal in occupied Iran. But here you go.
چه قشنگه که آدم با رفیق ترینش بچرخه نه؟
انگار دنیا آروم میشه.
خدا شکر برات.
من همینطور.
همیشه با هم باشی.
انشالله.
یه چی بگید
That whore. Oh my god, that harlot. They just broadcast that on state TV? Oh my god.
Oh, no.
They're also trying to now convert people to Shia Islam by singing in English.
Wow.
So
Is it
this one's
working?
for you. This one's for you. Try not to convert to Islam when you watch this video, okay? It's going to be difficult though.
Ready to go through pain as long as I am with Hussein. I'm ready to go through pain as long as I am with Hussein. To be with you is all I want. To be with you is all I want. Hussein, Hussein, I always chant. Hussein, Hussein, I always chant. Hussein, Hussein, I always chant. Hussein, I am. No.
I don't know. I'm feeling like impulses to start torturing dogs. It's like it's. I'm starting to twitch. I don't know. All of a sudden, I'm thinking about all the virgins I'm gonna get in heaven if I blow myself up.
Oh no. Oh, so it works. Oh no.
Yeah, it's terrible there. But there you go.
It's affected me on an emotional level.
If that's the case, then we can't show what Hey Dad. We can't do Hey Dad. Nux is not right. Nux is gonna think we're terrorists if we show him Hey Dad. We can't do Hey Dad Ho Down for Nux because he's gonna be traumatized forever.
Oh god.
I don't know.
All right, Armin.
Does it
Okay.
come with like an exorcist or something? Like, can I get one of those too?
Sure. Okay, Armin, do you have one with like English translations? That way we can just play it with like the subtitles.
Yeah. Hold on. Madahi, right?
Just play one that already has the English subtitles so Nux can just read along because we don't want to translate the whole thing. But yeah, there you go. This is like the insane nonsense that we also expose here on Iran Revolution Live. Because I think it's really important for people to know just how insane these people are. Like they're literally like a Shia Islamic death cult.
Yeah, I kind of got that from the whole turning off the internet and massacring 40,000 people thing.
Yeah,
that's kind of the vibe I got.
Yeah. So we've had you for a very long time, and it's gotten to an hour. So I just want to thank you so much. We'll play the video at the before you leave. But while Armin pulls that up, any final words or thoughts or comments for us or our viewers? Final message, or what can we do to support and help you out?
Well, I mean, my final message is winning wars is awesome, actually. And if that includes killing terrorist pedophiles, then I think that's even more awesome. Very, very hot take these days. The libtard world order is doing their absolute best to convince you that actually you're not supposed to win wars. You're supposed to let them rape you. But I'm actually not pro-rape, which makes me not a libtard. And I actually think we should win wars. Hot take.
I agree. We're with you on that. And we all want the Islamic regime to be eradicated. Oh wait, you guys want jihadi Pilates? Okay, you know what? Let's do jihadi Pilates. We'll do Hey Dad another time. Maybe if Nux comes back on this point, because a lot of people in the chat are saying jihadi Pilates. Okay, all right, we'll save Hey Dad for another time, Armin. And
I have the best Haydar song though, if you wanted to.
All right, okay. All right, let's.
Oh, because I brought the Haydar song from the Maddah that was the favorite of Ali Khamenei. Ali Khamenei's favorite Maddah.
Does it have subtitles?
He's dead.
Yes.
Yes, he is dead.
Rest in shit, piece of garbage.
You know what's really funny? You know what's really funny about Khomeini being dead? They still haven't buried him, so his corpse is rotting in the fridge somewhere.
Oh no! Leave the poor terrorists alone, please, Orange Man. No. Yeah.
Wait. Let's remove this one and then add this one. Okay. Ready?
All right, I'm ready.
This is from Mahmoud Karimi. When Ali Khamenei was alive, this guy was his famous Maddah. Maddah is like a religious vocalist. Okay.
هيدر هيدر عمل آخر هيدر 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 صوبي کوسر هيدر 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 ای مظلوم فاتح هيدر هيدر فاتح خیبر هيدر 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 عمل آخر هيدر 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 صوبي کوسر هيدر 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 ای مظلوم فاتح هيدر هيدر فاتح خیبر هيدر هيدر عمل آخر هيدر هيدر صوبي هيدر هيدر ای مظلوم فاتح هيدر هيدر فاتح خیبر افتادی در بستر زهرا بابا افتادی در بستر زهرا بابا چشمات از عشقت شده دریا بابا میبینم چه بغضی توی صداته یا زهرا داری روی لبها بابا قربون دستای لرزونت بابا پرخون زلف پریشونت بابا اشکاتو پاک کن مگه زینب مرده قربون چشمای گریونت بابا اشکاتو پاک کن مگه زینب مرده قربون چشمای گریونت بابا یا علی 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 سربند زردت شده هم رنگ رو رد خود خوشگل گوشه ابرو اما انگار رفته دلتون جا که شب بود و تنهایی و غربت تابو میریزه آب روون اسما ای وای رو جسم بی جون زهرا ای وای نیمه شب تاریک 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 ای در مونده تنهای تنها ای وای میریزه آب روون اسما ای وای روی جسم بیجون صحرا ای وای نیمه شب تاریک 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 ای در مونده تنها تنها ای وای عمری این غم قاتل قلبت بوده وقتی پر زد دیدی که ابرو کبوده میسوختی و میگفتی یار جوونم زهرا جان خیلی برات داد تو زوده بابا تو امشب میشی مهمون مادر از ما بیشتر درد تو میدونه مادر امشب میشه مرهم زخم سر تو اشک سرخ چشمای گریون مادر هیدر 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 هیدر
So you might have not noticed, but this involved Jew killing in this song. I know.
Yeah, I did. I got the Khaybar reference. I got that. Yeah. Yeah, no, I have to say, I thought the revolution was justified before, but now I'm like, holy shit, we have to kill these guys.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
We agree. And that's not even the worst.
Crazy.
That's not even the worst of like they have a song called Boom Boom Tel Aviv. It's like these people are insane.
Yeah, I know that one. That one I know. That one I know.
Yeah, these people are wild. But yeah, so thank you. Yeah, we agree.
Yeah, wow, that was crazy.
No
Hammer,
negotiation.
midnight hammer, hammer. It was pretty fun. Good stuff. Good lyrics, all in all.
It's catchy, isn't it? The tune's catchy.
It's just it amazes me how a song, if you're not paying attention to it, just seems like this emotional lovey-dovey song, but if you like paying attention to the lyrics, they're talking about killing Jews and celebrating that. Like, holy crap. Like,
I mean, can you think of something happier? Let's be real. This is like classic Iran Islamic regime garbage. Like, oh my god, that's the dream. Killing Jews and having sex with prepubescent girls is like literally every single man's dream.
Hey,
if you are an
boys,
Boys.
Oh,
you know, I'm sorry. You know what? I'll be real. You're so right for that one. You're so right.
Sorry, I have to correct you on that.
It's true.
Yeah, you're so right.
There's a story about Khamenei. I'm not going to let Armin say because he's going to get too explicit, but it's a well-known fact that in his younger days, Khamenei was a bathhouse boy. And he
shot.
Yeah, and he did things in the public bathhouse with older mullahs and stuff. Yeah, so yep. Well-known fact.
The rite of passage. Yeah, look, man, everyone crying about the Epstein files, and it's like Trump killed a regime of Epsteins. You know, like this is crazy.
A regime. I'm gonna steal that from you. A regime. Trump killed a regime of Epsteins. Oh wow, that's fantastic.
All yours.
Yeah.
Well, you're absolutely right. Like they worship a pedophile.
Yeah,
the
I know.
entire religion is based off of worshiping a pedophile. So, yeah.
Dude, if Epstein was around 1400 years ago, he'd be an Islamic prophet.
Imam Epstein. They would call him Imam Epstein. Absolutely right.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, Nux, thank you so much. It's been way longer than an hour, but really, really appreciate you.
My pleasure.
Such an honor to have you here with us. Really appreciate everything you're doing. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Really my pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
It's an honor.
Keep up the good work. Look, I pray for you guys. I see your plight and I relate. What can I say? And I see the world against you and I also relate. So, you know, wishing you the best of luck. And remember, journalists aren't people.
Oh my God. Well, you know, thank you for that. And, you know, one thing I did want to say is that, you know, we are fighting the same enemy. And, you know, there might be only, 16 million Jews in the world, but, you know, there's 90 million Iranians and, you know, we have your back. We have your back. So
I appreciate it. And likewise.
Yeah. All right. Well, keep up the great work. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, best of luck. Nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you too. Everyone's saying come back
really
soon. So, you know, we'll
thank you for supporting us. Thank you for supporting our revolution.
Yeah, of course. It's guys, not for the virtue signaling. It's because you guys are based.
Thank you. No, we know. We appreciate that so much, guys. Everyone, put an N in the chat to support Nux and show your appreciation for
the
him.
N-word. That's how I am known throughout the land.
No, just the letter N. It's the thing we do on our chat. We just, you know, we want to appreciate someone. We put the first letter of their name in the chat. So there you go. But thank you so much, Nux. Come back anytime. You're always welcome. And you know,
thank you so much.
Well for reaching out. I saw your message on X. You know, thank you for reaching out when my stream was taken down. To see if you could help really means a lot to me. You didn't have to know that. You know, I didn't even know who you were at that point, but really means a lot. So thank you so much for that.
My pleasure. Glad it all worked out.
Thank you.
And thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Right. Take care. All right. You're really, you can go back to the Jew tunnels now.
Back to the Jew tunnels I go. Farewell.
Bye.
Too funny. Wow. Oh my gosh, guys. So there you go. That was our
what a
special
treat.
What so fantastic. Like I really enjoyed having him with us. Just what an all-around great person, you know, fighting the good fight. And you know, using his platform to raise awareness about you know, Iran and you know, the Iranian plight. And you know, and I really appreciate it. You know, it's not virtue signaling. He's doing it because he feels it's the right thing to do, and we appreciate that. And you know, I think it's our responsibility, especially within the Iranian diaspora. It's our responsibility to make sure that we always show appreciation, and show our gratefulness, to people who are using their platform to speak out. So, guys, in case you didn't know, this is Nux's YouTube channel. This is the video here where he posted about the our revolution. I've included this video in the Iran Revolution Live video playlist, so you can go find it there. But yeah, everyone make sure that you follow Nux. So I'll put his the link to his channel in the chat. And yeah, everyone go and follow and support and show your appreciation, because it's the least we can do. He doesn't have to do that, but he does, and I think it's important for us to just say thank you. Right? It's the least we can do.
And thank you, Goldie, for making this possible. We wouldn't have been able to have this episode without you.
Oh, absolutely, my pleasure. So all right, I think it's time. It's almost time for you to go to the discussion group. In the last few minutes, before you leave, any updates for us or anything like that before you leave?
Well, there is. I mean, last time I checked, there was this update again. That I already told Goldie before we went live, but apparently, again, this hasn't been verified yet. But apparently, the Islamic Republic has put out so this was breaking news before we went live. They're saying the Islamic Republic has dropped some of its previous conditions and agreed to include its nuclear program in talks with the United States. Again, this hasn't been confirmed. We have to wait for the White House to confirm this. President Trump already mentioned yesterday in his Truth Social post that he will soon be reviewing the plan that Iran has. In his post, it says Iran has just sent to us, but can't imagine that it would be acceptable, and that they have not yet paid a big enough price for what they have done to humanity and the world over the last 47 years. We already discussed that yesterday. But it seemed like the Islamic Republic is now becoming even more flexible, which shows that they're very, very desperate. If this is confirmed, we'll see if the White House confirms this. Well, that was the last news that I had, but I wasn't checking the news in the past 1 hour because I was trying to pay attention to what Nux was saying. So maybe.
Oh, of course, I haven't checked the news much either. I just wanted to see if there's anything that you wanted to say before you go, and of course. We'll see you in a couple of hours, and you have the link. Oh, don't forget the QR code as well.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Goldie, you're so sweet. Thank you. Okay. Guys, Goldie is the most supportive person ever. Okay. So that's the QR code. If you want to scan that to come to our discussion group, and I will be there for the next 2 hours or so, and you could come talk to me and ask me questions over there. And the rest of our community, we have a really amazing community growing there. So come meet them as well. We could talk about politics. It could be Iran related or anything else. All things politics, right? So the link is in the chat. It's also pinned on Liberty Politics and the live chat, and also the QR code is right there. You could scan that and show up there. I'll leave now, and I'll be back joining Goldie in about 2 hours or so. All right. See you guys.
Sounds great.
Awesome. All right. Bye.
Bye. Okay. Oh wait, I gotta stay here for a little bit so that you guys have an opportunity to scan the QR code. Okay, so I don't see an update from I don't see a live from Tusi, so Tusi hasn't gone live yet. However, he has posted a video about King Reza Pahlavi, which we're going to watch in a little bit. Guys, did you enjoy that, by the way? So the new background, so we have a new background. That's because some people were saying it was difficult to read the comments because the previous background, it was lighter colored. So we're trying out a darker background. So, let's see what happens here. The most recent news, I think 2C posted this. I'll go to this really quick. I also need to take like a quick break myself, about 10-15 minutes. So I mean, so 2C reported this. Let me bring up 2C TV. Let me pull it up. So 2C TV is reporting that President Trump has rejected the deal with Iran. But I'm waiting for more confirmation as well, because right now I'm only really seeing it on like Al Jazeera and things like that. And we can't trust Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera is Qatari, propaganda mouthpiece, right? So I'm waiting for like an official source to say something. And I haven't seen anything on Truth Social or Fox News or elsewhere. So we're just waiting for a little bit more confirmation there before we get to that. So what I'm going to do is, where's this? See, this is why like we have to be very careful about rumors, because now this random person is saying online reports suggesting Iran has backed down and agreed to stop its nuclear program. Tusi saying this was a lie and propaganda by IRGC. Trump has rejected their fake proposal now. So again, guys, lots and lots of rumors out there, which is why we have to be very careful about who is saying what. And yeah, 2C is fantastic in that sense. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break, and while I take a quick break, I'm going to share 2C's new video. So this is actually 2C posted this video on his channel about an hour ago, and it's called "What Has Reza Pahlavi Been Doing Since 1979?" So all right, let me get rid of the QR code now, because people have time to scan it. So I'm gonna play this because I really appreciate 2C making this video, and everyone needs to go and support his channel, become a member. So I'm going to play this, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes to continue the show.
Last few months, there's been a lot of Over the last few months, there's been a lot of people questioning Iran's opposition leader, the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. They've been asking, what has he been up to for the past 47 years? Where has he been? Has he been just sitting there waiting for his throne? Well, today, in this video on 2C TV, we're going to exactly explain what the Crown Prince has been doing for the past few decades. It's time to tell the truth. Well, in 1978, the Crown Prince, around the age of 18, just before the Islamic paramilitary coup of 79, after finishing school, he left Iran to go to the United States to attend a pilot training at the US Air Force Base in Texas. Of course, while he was there, the 79 paramilitary coup occurred and he was not able to return home. Now, about a year later, in September 1980, when Saddam Hussein and the Iraqi forces decided to invade Iran, despite the fact that the Islamic Republic had kicked out his family, himself, and anybody who was a monarchist, well, the Crown Prince still offered to serve in Iran's Air Force as a pilot. Of course, the Islamic Republic said no thank you.
One other note from Cairo, the Shah's son, the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, has reportedly offered to fight in the Iranian armed forces. He sent a message to the chief of staff offering, in his words, his life's blood in the fight against Iraq. Reza, who is 19, is a pilot trained in the United States.
Now, that doesn't sound like somebody who's just sitting around doing absolutely nothing. Well, the whole thing continued. 1 month later, in October 1980, following the death of his father, the last king of Iran in Egypt, the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, of course, reached constitutional majority. And at the end of October in Cairo, he formally declared that he was ready to carry out his responsibilities as heir to the Iranian monarchy. But of course, he also clarified that it is my duty to ensure that it is up to the people to decide in a free and democratic country whether they want to have constitutional monarchy back or not. Now, throughout the 1980s, the Crown Prince didn't stop. He continued to work to try to unite all different opposition groups inside and outside of Iran to ensure that they focus on one main goal: to retake Iran as a sovereign land and as a free country.
All we hope for is not only for governments but public opinion leaders in the world just to know the truth about what goes on in our country, because I believe that the world and the public opinion of the world has to realize the circumstances. And we hope that through all these organizations, we'll be able to speak up and express what actually goes on in our country.
And that was when the attacks by the so-called Western globalist media, a lot of the lobby groups, and of course, so-called governments who didn't really want Iran to become free again, they started to attack the Crown Prince. Towards the end of the 1980s, in 1989, after Ruhollah Khomeini, who was the father of the Islamic paramilitary coup in 1979, when he died, the attacks started. They started questioning the Crown Prince, saying, you decided to announce that you were a king after your father died. Who are you to decide? Now, of course, the Crown Prince continued to fight back to say, at the end of the day, it's none of your business and it's up to the people in Iran to decide.
The goal that I have set for myself, and I believe is the goal of a majority of my countrymen who seek freedom and democracy in our homeland, is to restore popular sovereignty in Iran. Now, once the Iranian people are free, they will exercise their right, their sovereign right to decide of their own future and the best system of government they will opt for once they reach that stage. At that point, I believe that constitutional monarchy is definitely the preferred alternative in Iran, but it will be up for the Iranian people to make that choice.
And in 2001, Reza Pahlavi's younger sister, Princess Layla, at the age of 31, she was found dead in a hotel room in London after taking an overdose of sleeping pills.
I remember when I met the family, your youngest sister, Layla, was an adorable, very happy youngster. And she died recently. It was reported that it was a suicide.
My sister Leila was perhaps the most affected by the loss of her father. She was only not even 10 at the time. And so it was very difficult for her to recover from that.
Now, that didn't stop the Crown Prince from carrying out his duties, not just in terms of leadership, but also his activism. In June 2005, just before the so-called presidential elections in Iran, while the rest of the Western media were pretending that Iran under the Islamic Republic have free elections, the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi and a huge number of Iranians inside and outside of Iran were trying to raise awareness about the political prisoners inside the country. Outside the federal building in Los Angeles, the Crown Prince joined the hunger strike protests. And of course, that carried on for a few days. But again, as expected, the media were not really interested. Now, Reza Pahlavi continued for the next few years, and of course, he hasn't really stopped, but to expose the realities and these false and fake elections in Iran. In 2009, the Green Movement happened because a lot of people in Iran were thinking perhaps we could reform the Islamic Republic. But even the concept of reform, which is not possible in the Islamic Republic, even the idea, of course, that caused a lot of chaos and the meltdown by Khomeini and his minions. So they started to massacre the Iranian people. The Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi once again led from the front to ensure that people know the truth. After the 2009 elections in Iran, millions of Iranians protested. The Crown Prince went to a number of cities to also lead protests outside the country, urging different political groups to put aside their internal divisions. His argument was that Whether you are a Republican or a monarchist or secular activist or student, even if you do not agree with every detail of Iran's future, you have a right to have freedom to work together against the Islamic occupation. Now, at the same time, in June 2009, when the protests started in Iran and the massacre, of course, was the reaction, Neda and a huge number of Iranians who were killed by the occupation forces, the media were not fully interested in telling the truth. Of course, they were showing the footage, and the political leaders in the West, including the President of the United States, Barack Hussein Obama, betrayed the Iranian people. But the Crown Prince held a press conference in Washington to expose the truth.
No one will benefit from closing his or her eyes to knives and cables, cutting into faces of mouths of our young and old, or from bullets piercing our beloved Neda. Whose only sin was the quest for freedom. No one but tyrants and their thugs. Do not let them define what is disrespect for sovereignty, what is interference in others' affairs.
Tragedy and sadness and a lot of challenges continue to hit the Crown Prince, not just in terms of people in Iran, but also his own family. Unfortunately, in January 2011, Reza Pahlavi's younger brother, Prince Ali Reza, also died by suicide in Boston after years of dealing with depression. Later, the Crown Prince said that his brother Ali Reza wanted to be cremated and wanted his ashes to be scattered across the Caspian Sea.
We mourn today the succumbing of our beloved Ali Reza to the weight, pain, and daily burdens of this grave illness. My family has had its share of dealing with this debilitating illness, but we also realize it is not a tragedy isolated to us. We share this with the millions around the world, particularly those in our homeland, Iran, suffering from the same.
But again, the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi didn't stop. He continued. Only months later, in December 2011, the Crown Prince held a press conference in Paris and called for Ali Khamenei to be referred to the international justice over human rights abuses and crimes against humanity. Now, this was part of his broader strategy to put the Islamic Republic under international pressure and, of course, document its crimes. Problem was that the globalist liberal government were not interested. And in 2013, the National Council of Iran for Free Elections was finally formed, and the Crown Prince became its official spokesperson. The idea was to create an umbrella movement focused not on just forcing any sort of monarchy or republic on the Iranian people, but demanding free elections and a democratic process. The Crown Prince's argument was that the form that Iran is going to have in the future should be decided by the Iranians. And this was when he escalated his efforts and, of course, a lot of action that was taken to go around the world to meet with global political leaders, cultural leaders, and, of course, in this case, the European Parliament, which were absolutely useless as usual, but it was important for the Crown Prince to spread their message. Towards the late 2010s, the Crown Prince was continuing to meet with political figures, including Marco Rubio and a huge number of not just American leaders, but of course Europeans and others from around the world. And finally, in June 2022, 3 months before Mahsa Amini was killed by the morality police in the Islamic Republic, which obviously caused the nationwide protests, the Crown Prince gave a press conference calling for a coordinated front against the Islamic occupation. He argued that protests were needed to be organized to be more efficient. And of course, not just to show anger. He also sent a message to the regime's security forces to tell them it is time to change your bets. The Islamic Republic will not protect you anymore. So, the next time somebody comes to you and says, well, who is this guy? What is the Crown Prince doing? Where has he been all this time? He's been just sitting there being the prince, apparently. Well, show them this video. Tell them the truth about not just the Crown Prince, but Iran and the Iranians.
So that was an excellent video from 2C. So everyone make sure you go to his channel, watch the video, like it, share it, because that was very, very well done. Thank you so much for that, 2C. All right, let's go to Maria Bartiromo, because she had her show today and very interested. So Scott Bessent predicts that Iran could be forced to shut down oil wells, and that would be very disastrous for the Islamic regime. So let's watch this, and I'll be here.
And we begin this Sunday morning with breaking news on the war in Iran and President Trump's economic squeeze on the crippled country, as the brutal regime loses up to $400 million a day from lost oil sales as a result of the U.S.'s ongoing blockade, as Iran resists President Trump's call to give up its pursuit of nuclear weapons. The campaign, labeled Operation Economic Fury, has already disrupted tens of billions in revenue, targeting oil sales and cryptocurrency, according to the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, who will join us in moments, as the U.S.'s military campaign pivots toward an economic choke campaign on Iran. The U.S. blockade in the Strait is effectively blocking up to 2 million barrels of oil a day in exports. That's up to $13 billion a month, forcing Iran to stockpile oil instead of selling it. But storage tanks are filling up. Here's what the president told me about the blockade.
Well, it's been pretty amazing, actually. I thought that was going to happen. They reacted to this even, I think, we've obliterated them. And this almost seems to be more of a reaction than we had before. So we'll see. I mean, look, it only matters the end result. And we're doing very well. We started off with Venezuela. We showed everybody how good. I built the military. I rebuilt and built the military in my first term. I didn't know I was going to be using it this much, but we have the greatest military in the world, not even a contest. And think of it. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. Everything's been wiped out. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. They have no radar. They have no leaders. The leaders they have now, it's a new regime. Okay, and we find them pretty reasonable, to be honest with you. By comparison, pretty reasonable. It really is a new regime. And I think we're doing very well, but it only matters what the end result is, and maybe it'll happen fairly soon. Who knows?
Now, the U.S. is escalating the squeeze into a full financial choke, targeting all financial lifelines to Iran, including ships, banks, freezing $344 million in cryptocurrency. Iran's inflation on the cost of everyday items has effectively doubled, while its currency has dramatically depreciated against the U.S. dollar, with it taking 1.8 million rials to equal $1. Joining me now in this Sunday Morning Futures exclusive is the 79th U.S. Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. Mr. Secretary, great to see you this morning. Thanks so much for being here.
Maria, always good to be with you.
Can you give us an update on the economic choke that you have been putting in place in Iran? Are you still looking to apply secondary sanctions or sanctions on Iran or those doing business with Iran?
Yeah, and Maria, just to remind you and your viewers, this began with the order last March from President Trump on max pressure. And 3 weeks ago, the president gave the order to Treasury, myself, to begin economic fury. And the way to think about that, we were running a marathon over the past 12 months, and now we are sprinting towards the finish line. And I can tell you that we are suffocating the regime, and they are not able to pay their soldiers. This is a real economic blockade, and it is in all parts of government, all hands on deck. It is the blockade that our great Navy is doing. No ships are getting through, and we have upped the pressure on anyone trying to remit money into Iran to help the IRGC. And they are a corrupt institution. They've been stealing from the Iranian people for years. They have money offshore. We've tracked that down. We will continue to track that down. And we're going to preserve those assets for the Iranian people on the other side of this conflict.
And I guess it wasn't very smart of Iran to lash out at its Gulf friends. Combined with the pressure from OPEC, has the United Arab Emirates leaving OPEC. What's the impact there?
Well, twofold, Maria. As you said, they really miscalculated when they started bombing their Gulf neighbors in a kinetic fashion. And in response, the Gulf neighbors, who I would describe as somewhat permissive in allowing Iranian IRGC money, Iranian regime money into their banking systems, have been very fulsome and come forward and given us the details and allowed us to freeze those assets. So, the IRGC is watching their stolen assets for years, decades, for 47 years, it'll get frozen and go down the drain very quickly. The UAE has decided that OPEC is not for them. Most monopolies eventually collapse under their own weight. And Maria, we could talk about it now or in a minute, but this gives me a lot of optimism that oil prices on the other side of this conflict are going to be much lower than they were going in or at the beginning of the year or at any point in 2020, 2025.
Yeah, so in other words, more oil on the market is simple supply and demand. You're thinking that this is going to help the case on oil prices. You've got the UAE no longer needing to follow quotas from OPEC. They'll put more oil on the market, and that adds to the oil on the market to send prices. You think oil prices will be lower before the midterm elections?
I think oil prices, we can see in the futures market that oil prices are already lower 3 months, 6 months, 9 months out. But again, Maria, there are hundreds of oil tankers waiting in the Gulf to come out. The U.S. is only blockading Iranian ships, and we will see. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see more of those ships coming out. The Iranians, it reminds me that they're kind of like the Keystone Cops here. It reminds me of Baghdad Bob back during the Iraqi war. You had the guy kind of spouting nonsense while the tanks were driving around behind him, and the Iranians are like this. They're not tolling the strait. We think that they've gotten less than 1.3 million in tolls, which is a pittance on their previous daily oil revenues. And their oil infrastructure is starting to creak. It hasn't been maintained, again, because of our decades-long sanctions against them. They are rapidly filling up storage. And as that happens, they're going to have to start shutting in wells, which we think could be in the next week.
Wow. Secretary, let me move on to the U.S. economy, because these numbers are extraordinary. When you look at what's going on with the backdrop in the U.S., you would think $100 oil would scare people. And in fact, stock market is up in the double digits. You've got the economy continuing to grow. Even Jay Powell, the outgoing chairman of the Federal Reserve, had to admit it this week at his meeting. Here's what he said. Watch this, Secretary.
So it's actually quite resilient, I would say, because it's a positive thing. If I can have that amendment, yeah, the growth is really solid across our economy. Some of that is that consumer spending is hanging in pretty well. The most recent data are good, and some of it is just the apparently insatiable demand for data centers all over the United States. So a lot of business investment going into building data centers, and every reason to think that that continues. So you've got an economy that's growing at 2% or better.
The Secretary, assess the economy for us, and to what do you attribute this resilience?
I think it's a lot of the policies that President Trump put in place in his first term that have continued into the second term. The One Big Beautiful Bill, also known as the Working Families Tax Cut, has been very, very positive. I was out with the president Friday. Down at the villages in Florida, and was talking to our great seniors about no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, no tax on tips, deductibility of American-made cars. Maria, 45% of filers during this tax season availed themselves of at least one of those programs. So we had record refunds, and because of the modernization at the IRS, if you filed electronically, we were able to get your refund out in 21 days. So the consumer's very strong. Another aspect of the tax bill is the permanence of full expensing. So companies are coming, whether it's equipment, factory structures, they are able to write that off in a year. So we're seeing a CapEx boom. The way a CapEx boom works is you have a construction boom that then morphs into factory jobs. So that's very strong. And again, the consumer is very strong. We're in constant touch with the banks and the credit card companies, and they're saying that all quintiles of the distribution group is very strong.
That is wonderful. And of course, we've got Kevin Warsh coming in. We are expecting Kevin Warsh to be confirmed by the full Senate the week of May 11th after they get back from recess. Do you expect Kevin Warsh to be the chairman of the Federal Reserve once Jay Powell's term ends on May 15th? And what is the impact of Jay Powell staying on the board as a governor, in your view?
Well, I'm very optimistic about the Warsh Fed. It's time for a change because, Maria, if we look back, if we think about the Powell Fed, if we think about monetary policy, ethics, and supervision, they weren't great. Monetary policy, we had the worst inflation in 48 years. Ethics, we had five governors or regional bank presidents have to resign for ethical problems. And then we had 3 of the 4 largest bank failures in U.S. history. So I'm looking forward to getting on with the Warsh Fed. It's Chair Powell's decision to stay as a governor if he wants. I think it violates all norms. They would say that one other governor did stay. That was at the request of the president. The president has not requested that Chair Powell stay. I am optimistic that after a period, he may move on. I think that it would be inappropriate to overshadow. I wouldn't call this a shadow chair. I'd call it an overshadow chair. And I hope that Chair Powell will move on over the short term.
And Secretary, let me get your take on what took place in terms of Spirit Airlines, because I know that the Democrats did not want Spirit to merge with JetBlue a year ago, and now we see that Spirit Airlines closed operations. The Treasury was supposed to be doing a deal to save this company. Can you tell us what happened?
Sure, Maria. So this is just more of the mess we inherited from the Biden administration. In September 2022, Elizabeth Warren, who loves to write letters, sent a letter to the Justice Department, to the Transport Department, saying that they should oppose the merger with Spirit Airlines. JetBlue wanted to buy them for $3.8 billion. It would have given them much more resiliency. And she and the Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg was probably the worst transportation secretary in history when he came to the office. They were against the merger, and if JetBlue had merged with Spirit, we would have all these jobs that were lost yesterday. We had 30 regional airports who have lost service. And I can tell you what happened here. It wasn't Treasury, it was Commerce that was trying to put something together, but the reason we were here was because the Biden administration opposed the merger. We shouldn't have been here in the first place.
Mm-hmm. Well, Elizabeth Warren was complaining about it on Twitter. I know that. And, you have approached the U.S.'s balance sheet in a very smart way in terms of taking stakes in certain companies that you have deemed to be important for national security. One of those was Intel. And I saw that Intel was doing very well in the last quarterly numbers, and the stock reacted. What should we expect from Intel?
Intel, under the Biden administration, the CHIPS Act was supposed to help create national champions. And part of what President Trump has given this administration the order to do is to make sure that we are secure economically. And we are trying to bring back key industries, whether it is semiconductors, critical minerals, our pharmaceutical supply chains, steel. And with Intel, Intel is our national champion. With semiconductors, the government took a stake several months ago under President Trump's direction. I was in the Oval when he told the CEO of Intel that he would like a 10% stake. The CEO turned it over, and the U.S. government's made between 30 and 40 billion dollars on that, and no one wants to give the president credit for that. And he is working for the American people every day. So not only, Maria, not only do we have more national security, we have a more resilient balance sheet.
Secretary, these issues, the supply chain issues, no doubt will be among the topics of conversation for the president's upcoming meeting with Xi Jinping in China on May 14th and 15th. If we are still at war with Iran, will the president move to reschedule that meeting?
He's not going to move to reschedule it, as far as I know. I have been bringing up the Chinese relationship with Iran in my meetings with the Chinese. And look, Maria, Iran was the largest state sponsor of terrorism. President Trump has made the world safe. He said Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They have to turn over their nuclear, their enriched uranium. He's wiped out their Air Force, wiped out their Navy, wiped out their factories, but they are the largest state sponsor of terrorism, and China has been financing them with their energy purchases, and we've been encouraging them not to. And that is a topic of ongoing discussion.
Do you expect China to buy oil and gas from America?
I think what we are seeing with the choke point of the Strait of Hormuz, we now have record energy exports out of the U.S. The U.S. is an energy superpower thanks to President Trump's policies in the first term, now in the second term. And the only thing that is constraining us are the export facilities, which once again were stopped in the Biden administration. And as we create more LNG facilities, we will be able to supply the world with safe American energy. And I think everyone's going to want to diversify away from the Gulf a bit. And then Venezuela production is increasing every day. So there are going to be alternate supplies. But the U.S. is the big winner here, Maria.
Yeah. Secretary, before you go, final word on AI, artificial intelligence, because I know you called a meeting. Some people said it was an emergency meeting to talk about the banks and AI after a breach of Anthropic. What can you tell us about this issue? Is this a systemic issue? Should we be worried about AI hacking our bank accounts?
You should, Maria. And the U.S. government has gotten involved. The AI companies, they are working with us. What we've had in the past month was a step change in the power of one large language model, but we're going to see it from the other AI companies. And it's important, Maria, that the U.S. stays ahead here. Imagine if China or some non-state actor were ahead of us. So what we are determined to do is work with our AI companies to allow them to continue innovate, but our charge to the U.S. government is maintaining safety. And there is a very important calculus here between innovation and safety. And at the U.S. government, we're going to make sure that things stay safe. Chair Powell and I called the bank executives into town. It was a little less dramatic than it seemed at the time because they were already in D.C. So we got them in person rather than convening a call later in the week. And the banks are working on their resiliency, and the U.S. government is working side by side with everyone. And again, very, very important for the U.S. to continue to dominate here, set the global standard, and maintain our lead.
Absolutely. Secretary, it's great to have you this morning.
Wow. Okay, so that was great. Guys, look at this. So this is just breaking news. Apparently a cargo ship was attacked in the Strait of Hormuz.
We have a Fox News alert at this hour. President Trump turning up the pressure on Iran. He is reviewing a new peace proposal from Tehran, but he says the terror regime there hasn't paid big enough of a price for what they have done, not just to the U.S., but indeed to the entire globe.
So my understanding is the deal was already rejected, but we're waiting for more confirmation.
And with that, we say good afternoon and welcome to Fox News Live. I'm Kevin Cork in New York. The president insisting the war will not end without a deal preventing Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. He suggests their latest proposal is, frankly, insufficient.
If we left right now, it would take them 20 years to rebuild. But we're not leaving right now. We're going to do it so nobody has to go back in 2 years or 5 years. They told me about the concept of the deal. They're going to give me the exact wording.
The key pressure point, of course, remains the Strait of Hormuz, where the U.S. continues to enforce a blockade on Iranian ships. CENTCOM just confirming that as of today, 49 commercial vessels have been redirected. Correspondent Brian Yennis, live in Tel Aviv with the very latest. Brian.
Kevin, and just breaking moments ago, the United Kingdom Maritime Operations says that a large cargo ship has been attacked by multiple small boats. That is what that ship is reporting to the UK Maritime Operations. Keep in mind that Iran has attacked at least 4 vessels in the Strait of Hormuz since using those fast boats since this war began. Meantime, the White House has not released any details on the latest peace proposal that has been sent back to the United States from Iran. But according to President Trump, it's not looking very optimistic. This is what the president posted on Truth Social. Quote, "I will soon be reviewing the plan that Iran has just sent to us, but can't imagine that it would be acceptable and that they have not yet paid a big enough price for what they have done to humanity and the world over the last 47 years. The president told reporters yesterday that he'd like to eliminate Iran's remaining 15% ballistic missile capacity and left the door open for restarting military strikes in Iran.
Under what circumstances would you restart military strikes on targets?
Well, I don't want to say that. I mean, I can't tell that to a reporter. If they misbehave, if they do something bad, but right now, we'll see. But, you know, it's a possibility that could happen, certainly.
Now, according to Iranian state media, Iran's latest 14-point proposal calls for 30 days of talks to end the war and then includes a list of demands calling for a withdrawal of U.S. troops, a lifting of the U.S. blockade, lifting sanctions, releasing frozen assets, and an end to the war between Israel and the Iranian-backed militant group Hezbollah in Lebanon. A senior Iranian official tells Reuters that Iran is once again not willing to negotiate its nuclear program with the U.S. until after the war ends, and that Iran wants control of shipping in and out of the Strait of Hormuz under new governing rules like charging tolls. Here is Deputy Speaker of Iran's parliament to President Trump.
He has now raised the issue of a blockade. Be certain that this too will fall. What is certain is that we will not step back from the Strait of Hormuz, and it will not return to its pre-war state.
The U.S. blockade of Iranian ports continues choking Iran's economy. CENTCOM says 49 ships have been blocked, totaling at least $6 billion worth of oil that Iran cannot sell.
Their oil infrastructure is starting to creak. It hasn't been maintained, again, because of our decades-long sanctions against them. They are rapidly filling up storage. And as that happens, they're going to have to start shutting in wells, which we think could be in the next week.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio told our Trey Yinks that it would be, quote, completely unacceptable for Iran to take control of the international waterway of the Strait of Hormuz, as Iran, Kevin, seems to not be making any serious concessions, at least publicly, in this stalemate of negotiations with the U.S. Kevin.
Strong start to the hour. Brian Yennis, thank you so much. We appreciate that.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News.
Okay, so that was that. I just want to check Morad Vaisi's latest video. I want to see which one I want to share with you guys. Okay, so we're now going to go to our favorite Iranian geopolitical analyst, and of course the best one, Morad Vaisi. Let me just get the title here so I can add it to the banner, and then we will watch some Morad Vaisi because his analysis today is pretty good. Pretty good. All right, so it's day 127. topic of today's, oops, wrong one. So topic of treasure thing. Okay. 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 So this is Murad Baisi's topic of live stream for today. So it's protesters killed in prison, collapse of the Rial to 1.92 million to $1, and Trump on the verge of deciding to attack. So let's go. And again, you guys know the drill when it comes to Murad Baisi. The translations are about, like 90% accurate. If there's something that's totally incorrect, I will provide my own translation. But otherwise, we're just gonna read the captions because I haven't watched this yet myself either.
درود بر شما. ظهر یکشنبه 12 اردیبهشت 2585
Yeah, and you guys know, so carpet weaver is Ghalibov, the doctor is Pezeshkian, the president. So you guys already know the drill when it comes to some of these names, right?
در ایران و صبح 3 آوریل می 2026 در شرق
Yeah, that's true. He does not talk about Rome. That's very true. He doesn't talk about Rome. That's another weird AI mistranslation.
آمریکا. در زندان‌های ایران یک معترض کشی در جریانه و هر روز زندانیای جدیدی رو اعدام میکنن. همزمان مذاکرات سیاسی بین آمریکا و جمهوری اسلامی به بنبست رسیده و هر لحظه احتمال حمله آمریکا و اسرائیل وجود داره. محاصره ادامه داره، تنگه هرمز بسته است و دلار در چهارراه استانبول به عنوان یکی از مهمترین شاخصهای اقتصاد جنگی امروز بین 188,000 تومان تا 192,000 تومان بوده.
Right. So guys, remember, because the value of the Rial is so low, even though Rial is the official currency, we use toman. So 192,000 tomans, that's 1.92 million Rials. So yeah, the currency has dropped so low, because we have a bunch of 7th century inbred mullahs who are completely uneducated and know nothing about running a country. They have destroyed the country to the point where the economy is pretty much collapsed. So the value is a historic low. Guys, so keep in mind what was the value of the Rial? Yeah, so guys, before the 1979 Islamic Revolution, the value of the Rial was 70 Rials to $1, which would be 7 tomans to $1. So in 1979, the value of the Rial was 70. Now, 47 years later, it's 1.92 million. Yep. 70 Rials to the dollar in 1979. Now it's 1.92 million. There you go. That's how crazy it is.
دلار داره با سرعت بسیار زیادی به 200,000 تومان هم نزدیک میشه و به احتمال زیاد 200,000 تومان هم عبور میکنه، چون اصلا مرز مشخصی نداره. اینی که مثلا فکر کنیم به لحاظ روانی این مرز وجود داره که به 200,000 تومان برسه و بعد متوقف بشه، اصلا اینطور نیست. کی در ایران فکر میکرد دلار 7 تومانی اول انقلاب یه موقعی به محدوده 200,000 تومان برسه؟ 7 کجا 200,000 کجا؟ ببینید انقلاب 57 چه فاجعه‌ای در ایران رقم.
So what he's saying here is haft koja, 200,000 toman koja. So he's basically saying compare, 7 tomans in 1979 to 200,000 tomans today. Like it's just an economic disaster.
فقط هم فاجعه در مورد عدد و رقم دلار و سکه و اینا نیست. ما بزرگترین فاجعه‌ای که بعد از انقلاب 57 روبرو بودیم از دست دادن زمانه. مردم ایران، کشور ایران 48 سال زمان رو از دست دادن، حدود نیم قرن زمان رو از دست دادن به خاطر جمهوری اسلامی.
So when you say time lost, he's referring to like missed opportunity, right? So it's like, imagine, basically what he's saying is imagine how much Iran could have advanced in the last 50 years. Instead, we've pretty much lost 50 years because of the Islamic dictatorship.
و در کنار از دست دادن 48 سال زمان بسیاری چیزهای دیگه در ایران از دست رفته. سطح زندگی مردم از دست رفته و مهمتر از همه جان مردم به خطر افتاده. هم در اثر سیاست‌های جمهوری اسلامی مثل جنگ و اینها، هم در اثر اقتصاد، ناسلامتی، پایین اومدن سطح کیفیت زندگی و این کشتنی که خود حکومت میکنه. هنوز 3-4 ماه از کشتار بزرگ دیما نگذشته.
Oh, someone's asking if this guy is the Iranian Mark Levin. Yeah, that would be a pretty good comparison. Yeah, I would say that's, a good way of looking at him. Morad Vaisi is the top geopolitical analyst amongst us Iranians. And he only does live streams in Persian though. So that's why I like to share his videos here with the translation so that you guys can sort of read along. And then if there needs to be some sort of, if there's a mistranslation, I'll provide that or I'll give some context. But like he provides a lot of insight and input from the Iranian perspective that you won't find in mainstream media.
که ما شاهد معترض کشی و زندانی کشی.
Okay, so guys, whenever he says Daymah, this isn't translated properly. So what this actually means, Daymah means the month of day, which translates to January. So whenever you see like the word Dima, that he's actually referring to the massacre of January 8 and 9, where over 40,000 Iranians were slaughtered, right?
در زندان‌های ایران هستیم. امروز هم مهراب عبدالله زاده اعدام شد. روزهای قبلم یعقوب کریمپور و ناصر بکرزاده اعدام شدن.
They're killing people every day.
هر روز حکم اعدام جدیدی میاد. در شیراز برای 4 نفر از بازداشت شده ها حکم اعدام دادن و امروز و دیروز 2 تا حکم اعدام اجرا کردن، امروز هم 1. این اتفاق همون کاریه که در خیابان‌ها شد در دیما. در 2 شب هزاران نفر رو کشتند که من هرچی اسامی میخونم تمام نمیشه و حالا در زندان‌ها هر روز.
So he's not saying I can't stop naming names. So he's saying so many people have been murdered that like I haven't even been able to complete or I haven't been able to finish reading the names of all the people that have been murdered by the Islamic regime. Like he's not even close.
روز یکی 2 نفر رو میکشن. اگر میخواستن بیشتر از اینم بکشن میکشتن. الان هر روز یکی 2 نفر رو میکشن در زندانها به اسم اعدام که این خبر اعدام کماکان روی صدر اخبار باشه، مردم رو بترسونه و دستورهای پشت سر همی که محسنی اژه‌ای میده. محسنی اژه‌ای ظرف این 2-3 ماهی که از اعتراضات گذشته.
Guys, remember who AJ is. This is AJ. Wait, let me bring up the Boom Boom Bingo sheet. So this is AJ, the evil demon man. Him and Salavati, like they're basically like bloodthirsty demons, and they love signing death warrants. So like basically it's just like sign. He has signed the death warrant of like, I don't know, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of innocent Iranians. And he is also the one who just a while ago was on Islamic regime state TV and basically was bragging about how they're just going to continue with the executions and no one can stop them, no one can tell them otherwise. Where's that video? Armin shared it a few days ago. Armin shared that video a few days ago. Like he's just, oh, here we go. Right? So this is, guys, this is AJ. Come on. This is Mohsen AJ. Just watch this. Read the subtitles here. Like it's evil.
یکی از خواسته‌های به حق مردم این هستش که این کسانی که جنایت کردن، این کسانی که همراهی میکنن با دشمن، این کسانی که دارن به عنوان پیاده نظام دشمن احیانا در داخل و خارج کمک میکنن، اینها در تعقیب قرار بگیرن، اینها سریع شناسایی بشن، اینها سریع محاکمه بشن. البته طبیعی است، طبق قانون، بر اساس انصاف، بر اساس عدل. این درست اون چیزی است که دشمن نمیخواد. این افراد هست لعین تصورشون هستش که حالا فرض کنید قوه قضاییه به اهوا اونها حرکت میکنه، ما میگیم اعدام نشه. تو کی هستی که میگه اعدام نشه؟ تو غلط کردی که میگید یک فرد مجرمی که دستش به خون عزیزان ما، مردم عزیز ما آلوده هستش، به ناامنی در زمان جنگ تلاش کرده، ما اینا هر مجازاتی را که طبق قانون بشه مجازات میدیم. هیچ اعتنایی هم به این حرفا و به این بحثایی که بعضی از این مستکبرین فکر میکردن که هنوز به الحمدلله قدرت استکباریشون شکست، یعنی قدرتی که خودشون برای خودشون فکر میکردن. بنابراین از شما باز میگم اینو تأکید دارم و میخوام که پرونده ها را سریع، دقیق واقعا برسید و احکام زودتر صادر بشه، طبق قانون اجرا بشه و در همه مراحل اطلاع رسانی بشه.
Right, so he's basically saying we need to speed up the executions. We need to speed up the executions. And guys, when he says, you know, these people, their hands are stained with the blood of our people, when he says our people, he's not referring to Iranians. He's referring to the Islamic regime. He's referring to the Islamic regime and their supporters, because these people are occupiers. They're the Islamic Muslim Nazi occupiers. They don't view Iranians as their people, right? We are the enemy. So basically he's saying, you know, just murder the enemies. Yep, he's still alive. He's still alive, this evil demon man. And this is him. This is him here. He's on the Boom Boom Bingo sheet. So he's basically saying we need to speed up the executions and murder as many Iranians as possible. Yep. So that's who Morad Vaisi is speaking about here when he says Mohsen Ejei. And it's not the orders behind my back. It should be the orders behind the scenes.
اژه‌ای میده. محسنی اژه‌ای ظرف این 2-3 ماهی که از اعتراضات گذشته شاید 10-15 بار مصاحبه کرده و دادستانا رو جمع کرده، قضات رو جمع کرده، بهشون دستور داده حکمای شدید بدید و سریع بدید و سریع هم اجرا کنید.
Right? That's the video we just watched. So we literally I just shared a video with you guys where AJ is gathering people and saying, you know, we need to speed up the trials, the kangaroo trials. We need to you know, give the maximum sentence, and we need to carry out those maximum sentences very quickly. So basically what he's saying is, you know, we need to execute as many people as we possibly can. And they're broadcasting that on Islamic Regime State TV.
عامل اصلی زندانی کشی و معترض کشی در زندان ها الان عامل اصلیش محسنی ژه‌ایه، اگرچه یک شبکه‌ای همیشه این کارو میکنه. از اونی که بازداشت میکنه، از اونی که بازجویی میکنه، از اونی که شکنجه میده، از اونی که اعتراف اجباری میگیره، از اونی که پرونده رو گردش کارش رو تهیه میکنه، از اونی که حکم میده و از اونی که حکم رو اجرا میکنه. همه اینا یه شبکه هن. ولی در رأس این شبکه الان محسنی ژه‌ایه که داره معترض کشی میکنه. اون اتفاقی که در زندانهای ما داره میفته معترض کشیه. آیا راهی داره؟ تنها راهش سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامیه. جمهوری اسلامی رو سرنگون نکنیم بیشتر میکشه بچه‌های این کشور. من اینو بارها عرض کردم. جمهوری اسلامی سرنگون نشه، ایران ویرانتر خواهد شد و بیشتر از کشتار دیما خواهند کشت. مرز ندارن اینا میگن برای که ما بمونیم حاضریم بکشیم. اصلا براشون مهم نیست که مردم اینا رو نمیخوان. اصلا براشون مهم نیست که اکثریت مردم ایران میگن آقا 48 سال کشور دست شما بوده، اندازه 12 تا دولت 4 ساله در کشورهای دیگه است، هیچ کاری نتونستید بکنید، کشورم نابود کردید، مردم هم کشتید، وضعیت 3 تا جنگ هم بر کشور تحمیل کردید، برید. ولی نمیرن. میگن ما نمیریم. میگن ما چسبیدیم با قدرت، هر کی هم بخواد بگه که ما بریم بازداشتش میکنیم، اعدامش میکنیم، تو خیابون هم به رگبار میبندیم، با اسلحه جنگی هم میکشیم، هر کی هم در خیابان بود میکشیم برای که بمونن. ولی نمیمونن. حکومتی که اینجوری داره مردمشو میکشه، حکومتی که داره اینجوری معترض کشی میکنه، حکومتی که اینجوری اوضاع اقتصادی از دستش در رفته، حکومتی که بیکفایت، بی ارزه است، دزد، فاسد، اشغالگر، جنایتکاره، موقعی که همه اینا با همه بعد با نظام بین الملل و منطقه‌ای هم سر دعوا داره، این نمیمونه. این مثل لاتیه توی کوچه که اهل خونهش از دستش آسی شدن، اهل محلم از دستش آسی شدن، یه روز میزنن میکشنش و جمهوری اسلامی رو میزنن نابودش میکنن. جمهوری اسلامی فکر میکنه که سر پاست، فکر میکنه که میتونه سر پا بمونه. تجربه کشته شدن 10 مقام ارشد در 1 سال اخیر در 2 تا حمله‌ای که اسرائیل و آمریکا داشتن نشون میده تک تک اینها رو میکشن و آخرش هم خود حکومت سرنگون میشه. در اثر حملات خارجی ضعیف میشه، در اثر قیام مردم سرنگون میشه. و الان روز به روز داره این خشم مردم از اینا بیشتر میشه. جامعه در شرایط پیشاقیامه. من دیروزم عرض کردم خشم داره در جامعه جمع میشه، هم در اثر خشم و تنفری که بعد از کشتار دیما ایجاد شده، هم در اثر بیکاری، هم در اثر قطع اینترنت، در اثر گرانی. از همه جهت در جامعه داره خشم جمع میشه. جمهوری اسلامی ظاهرش سر پاست. جمهوری اسلامی چون اینترنت رو قطع کرده، یه تعداد از سیم کارت خونیاش توی فضای مجازی هستن، مدام میگن نه ما سرنگون نمیشیم، نه راه پهلوی جواب نمیده، نه قیام جواب نمیده. اینا همشون روی هم دیگه 200 نفر 300 نفر سیم کارت خونیان. بعضیاشون خارج از کشورن به اسم اپوزیسیون، بعضی هم داخل کشور. اکثریت ملت صداشو در خیابان در دیما گفته، میلیون هم گفته و اینا سرنگون میکنن جمهوری اسلامی. منتها جمهوری اسلامی الان داره برای که مردم رو بترسونه که قیام نکنن معترض کشی میکنه. دیدم یک کامنتی در شبکه‌های اجتماعی دیدم نوشته بود که جمع سن 4 نفری که در همین 1-2 روز اعدام شدن با سن اونی که کشته شده و جسدش هنوز 70 روز رو دست نظام مونده و نمیتونه چالش کنه، 4 نفر اینا سنشون به اون 1 نفر نمیرسه. جوون کشی هم داره میکنه در زندانا. اکثر این کسانی که در خیابانا کشته شدن جوونا بودن، اکثر کسایی هم که الان دارن اعدام میشن جوونا هستن. 612 نفر رو اعدام کردن از ابتدای سال 2026 در 5 ماه. در 5 ماه 4 ماه در واقع. در 4 ماه 612 نفر اعدام کردن و متاسفانه بدتر از این هم خواهد شد. اینا بمونن بیشتر خواهند کشت، چه در خیابان چه در زندان ها. و وطن پرستای 12 روزه مصنوعی که وطن میکردن الان در مقابل این معترض کشی چی نمیگن. و بعضی هم در خارج تمام توجهشون اینه که به شاهزاده رضا پهلوی حمله کنن، هیچ راجع به حمله به جمهوری اسلامی اصلا. میبینید 10 تا کامنت بذارن، پست بذارن، 9 تاش حمله به شاهزاده رضا پهلویه، 1 دونش ممکنه مربوط به جمهوری اسلامی باشه یا نباشه. نت بلاکس هم امروز اعلام کرده که این قطع اینترنت 65 روز شد و یه عده گزینشی فقط از طرف حکومت اینترنت دارن و اکثریت مردم ندارن. اما راجع به مذاکرات، رسانه‌های جمهوری اسلامی میگن جمهوری اسلامی یه طرح 10 ماده‌ای داده و هیچ کدوم از خواسته‌هاشو عقب نشینی نکرده. البته ما خبر داریم اون طرحی که به ترامپ داده بودن گفته بودن حاضریم لغو محاصره آروم آروم باشه، همش نباشه. عقب نشینی بود. ولی حالا رسانه‌های جمهوری اسلامی میگن عقب نشینی نبوده و همه خواسته‌های حد اکثری جمهوری اسلامی توش اومده. این خواسته‌ها چیه؟ تضمین اینی که آمریکا حمله دیگه نمیکنه و اسرائیل. تضمین اینی که نیروهای آمریکا از خاورمیانه خارج میشن. رفع محاصره دریایی ایران. آزادسازی دارایی جمهوری اسلامی. پرداخت غرامت ناشی از حمله به جمهوری اسلامی. لغو تحریم ها. پذیرش سازوکار جدید اداره تنگه هرمز از سمت جمهوری اسلامی. همه اینا یعنی اینی که جمهوری اسلامی نمیخواد توافق کنه. پیشنهاد
Sorry, I just saw a comment. Someone's like, imagine eating pizza in Iran. Guys, Iranian pizza is so good. Iranian pizza is delicious, guys. You have no idea how good like Iranian pizza is. Oh my gosh. It's, I would say it kind of gives like deep dish Chicago pizza vibes, except like it's even more delicious. Like I love Iranian pizza. Yeah. Oh my gosh, now you guys are making me crave Iranian pizza. Here. I thought I had a photo of myself eating Iranian pizza, but maybe not. Oh, here we go. Here is Iranian pizza. So, it's so good. And then you have it with like a Fanta. And then Iranian pizza always tastes better with a little bit of ketchup. But the ketchup is not sweet. The ketchup is more savory. It's more savory. But yeah, Iranian pizza is really, really good. And then this is like all the cheese on top here. Oh. So good. So good. So I can find something. If I can find a video here. Okay, I found a video about Iranian pizza, but I'll play it after because I do want to finish Morad Baisi's analysis, and then afterwards I will share the Iranian pizza video with you guys.
جمهوری اسلامی یعنی ما
Because
جمهوری
I actually haven't seen his live stream from this morning. So I do want to watch this.
پرداخت غرامت ناشی از حمله به جمهوری اسلامی، لغو تحریم ها، پذیرش سازوکار جدید اداره تنگه هرمز از سمت جمهوری اسلامی. همه اینا یعنی اینه که جمهوری اسلامی نمیخواد توافق کنه. پیشنهاد جمهوری اسلامی یعنی ما آماده توافق نیستیم. و توی این شرایط یعنی اینی که اوضاع داره به سمت درگیری نظامی میره. نیویورک تایمز گفته بعد از اظهار نظر ترامپ که من از طرح جدید جمهوری اسلامی راضی نیستم، مذاکرات سیاسی به بنبست رسید. و بعد از این مذاکرات سیاسی که به بنبست رسیده، الان به نظرم ترامپ نمیتونه عقب نشینی کنه. ترامپ تا زمانی که اون اورانیوم غنی شده در اصفهان هست نمیتونه عقب نشینی کنه. دست کم تا اون. و تا زمانی که تنگ هرمز اینجوریه نمیتونه عقب نشینی کنه. اگر اون اورانیوم همچنان در اصفهان باشه که هست و اگر تنگ
Okay, he's referring to uranium, so this isn't the proper translation. But so basically, what Morad Vaisi is, saying, like the gist of it, is that unless and until the uranium that the Islamic regime has been surrendered to the United States, or the United States goes in and takes the uranium, President Trump is not going to back down, right? So President Trump's red line is no nuclear. But he's also made it very clear that they also have to take the enriched uranium that the Islamic regime already has. So Morad Vaisi's analysis here, his opinion, is that President Trump is not going to back down until United States has confiscated the enriched uranium from the Islamic regime. Where's the mouse? There we go. All right.
هرمز بسته باشه که هست، ترامپ نمیتونه عقب نشینی کنه بگه من پیروز شدم. محاصره رو ادامه میده. ولی غیر از محاصره احتمال حمله هم هست، چون باید ظرف چند ماه قضیه رو حل کنه. 6 ماه دیگه انتخابات کنگره آمریکاست. انتخابات کنگره آمریکا اینجوریه که برای تمام 435 عضو مجلس نمایندگان رأی گیری میشه. اونا مدت عضویتشون در مجلس نمایندگان 2 ساله، 435 عضون، 6 ماه دیگه انتخابات برگزار میشه و الان در کنترل جمهوری خواه است. ولی اگر این وضعیت ادامه پیدا بکنه که در آمریکا بنزین گرونتر شده، فشار اقتصادی بیشتر شده، اگر این وضعیت ادامه پیدا کنه ممکنه جمهوری خواه انتخابات مجلس نمایندگان رو ببازن و اکثریت مجلس نمایندگان از دست جمهوری خواه خارج بشه. و سنا هم 100 تا عضو داره، هر 2 سال یه بار اعضاش 6 سال دورشون، دوره مجلس نمایندگان 2 ساله، دوره سنا 6 ساله. هر 2 سال یه بار که انتخابات مجلس نمایندگان برگزار میشه، برای 1/3 سنا رأی گیری میشه، 1/3 عوض میشه. خب ممکنه سنا هم از دست جمهوری خواه خارج بشه. الان هم اکثریت سنا رو دارن، هم مجلس نمایندگان. ترامپ به همین دلیل 6 ماه دیگه که این انتخابات برگزار میشه، اگر اکثریت رو در هر 2 مجلس از دست بده، سنا و مجلس نمایندگان، یا در یکی از اونها از دست بده، کارش بسیار سخت خواهد شد در مقابل کارشکنی دموکرات‌ها. فرض کنید اگر سنا رو از دست بده، سنا تصویب میکنه که آقا اختیارات ترامپ راجع به جنگ رو محدود میکنه. ترامپ چند ماه وقت داره؟ کل 6 ماه هم وقت نداره، چون وارد فضای انتخابات میشه دیگه. ترامپ چند ماه وقت داره تعیین تکلیف کنه جمهوری اسلامی. و این احتمال حمله نظامی رو میبره بالا. نظرسنجی واشنگتن پست و ABC بوده، گفتن 61% مردم آمریکا جنگ رو اشتباه میدونن، 19% اون رو موفق ارزیابی کردن. رویترز هم یه نظرسنجی دیگه کرده، گفته محبوبیت ترامپ به 34% کاهش پیدا کرده، افزایش بهای سوخت و فشار اقتصادی نارضایتی گسترده ایجاد کرده و ممکن انتخابات کنگره رو ببازه. فقط یک پیروزی قاطع بر جمهوری اسلامی میتونه وضع رو عوض کنه. اگر در همین شرایط بره بیرون، احتمال زیادی داره که انتخابات رو ببازه. و از امروز 185 روز به انتخابات مونده. 6 ماه به انتخابات مونده. انتخابات 3 نوامبر برگزار میشه. اولین سه‌شنبه بعد از اولین دوشنبه نوامبر. این یه قاعده است در آمریکا. اولین سه‌شنبه بعد از اولین دوشنبه نوامبر سنتیه. میشه 3 نوامبر انتخابات برگزار میشه. توی این شرایطی که ترامپ فرصت اندکی برای تصمیم گیری داره، شبکه 12 اسرائیل گفته هنوز معلوم نیست محاصره رو ادامه میده یا حمله گسترده میکنه یا حمله محدود. ولی ژنرال برت کوپر، فرمانده سنتکام، بعد از اینکه همراه با فرمانده ارتش چند روز پیش رفتن دیدن ترامپ و ترامپ رو طرح‌های عملیاتی رو براش توضیح دادن که یه طرح اینه که به جزایر تنگ هرمز حمله کنیم و تنگ هرمز رو در اختیار بگیریم. یه طرح اینه که حمله بکنیم تأسیسات اصفهان، نیرو پیاده کنیم برن اورانیوم رو خارج کنن، و یه طرح اینه که حمله شدید رو از سر بگیریم. ارائه کردن طرح‌ها رو به ترامپ. الان برت کوپر بعد از اون اومده منطقه، اومده خلیج فارس، از سنتکام دیدار کرد، از ناو آبی خاکی USS تریپولی بازدید کرد. این معنا داره. ناو USS تریپولی ناویه که همراه با ناوهای آبی خاکی همراهش اگر بخوان تفنگدار پیاده کنن، اونا این کارو میکنن. الان اونا 2200 تا تفنگدار دارن، منتظر اون ناو USS باکسر هم هستن که 2500 تا تفنگدار داره و هاورکرافت و تجهیزات دیگه داره. اینی که برد کوپر از این ناو آبی خاکی دیدار میکنه نشان دهنده اینی که دارن برای چنین عملیاتی آماده میشن. در مقابل علی عبداللهی، فرمانده قرارگاه خاتم الانبیا، تهدید کرد.
Okay, so I agree with that analysis there, that, you know, the fact that Admiral Brad Cooper is visiting the troops, it shows that, you know, something is in the works, right? Something is in the works there. Wait, Ali Abdullahi. Let's bring up Abdullahi. Which one is he? See, this guy. So now Murad Vaisi is speaking about this Durka here, Ali Abdullahi, who is in the IRGC. Rashid has been boom boomed, Shad Money has been boom boomed, and now it's Abdullahi. So now he's speaking about this guy.
اینی که دارن برای چنین عملیاتی آماده میشن. در مقابل علی عبداللهی، فرمانده قرارگاه خاتم الانبیا، تهدید کرده، گفته ما آماده پاسخیم و اگر حمله بشه شدید جواب خواهیم داد. و جمهوری اسلامی داره تهدید میکنه که اگر به من حمله بشه، من حمله بسیار گسترده تری از 40 روز جنگ 40 روزه انجام خواهم داد. دارن تهدید میکنن که تنگه باب المندب رو میبندیم با کمک حوثی‌ها، به خطوط لوله نفت حمله میکنیم، به چاهای نفت حمله میکنیم. تهدید دارن میکنن شدیدتر به امارات حمله میکنن، ولی تهدید امارات نتیجه عکس داده. امارات بیشتر به اسرائیل نزدیک شده. یک ویدئویی خدمتتونم دادم که یک ائتلاف سیاسی، نظامی، اقتصادی، اطلاعاتی، امنیتی بین امارات و اسرائیل داره شکل میگیره علیه جمهوری اسلامی. و اگر جمهوری اسلامی این دفعه شدیدتر به امارات حمله کنه، بعید نیست امارات از جمله نیرو هوایی قویش هم وارد جنگ بشه. در جنگ قبلی آمریکا گفت شما وارد نشید، من دفاع میکنم. در جنگ بعدی بعید نیست که جنگ بین جمهوری اسلامی امارات دامنه خیلی خیلی بیشتری به خودش بگیره. ریچارد گولبرگ، تحلیلگر ارشد بنیاد دفاع از دموکراسی هم، از ترامپ خواسته با تداوم محاصره دریایی و جنگ اقتصادی رهبری جمهوری اسلامی رو بی‌ثبات کنه. اثر اقتصادی محاصره در تهران به خوبی داره دیده میشه. اینی که دلار از 190 عبور کرده و داره به 200 نزدیک میشه، این اثر محاصره است و بدتر از این هم خواهد شد. دلار و سکه و طلا که داره گرون میشه، همه چیز رو با خودش گرون خواهد کرد. افزایش گرانی باعث افزایش نارضایتی مردم خواهد شد و افزایش نارضایتی باعث افزایش خشم میشه، انباشت خشم میشه. انباشت خشم هم آخرش به شکل قیام میزنه بیرون. جامعه ایران دوباره داره انباشت خشم میکنه به سمت یک خیزش ملی دیگه. اینا در مقابل این محاصره خیلی هم راهی ندارن. دیروز عرض کردم به لحاظ سیاسی به بنبست رسیده، به لحاظ سیاسی مذاکرات در اسلام آباد به جای نرسیده، نمیتونن بشکنن این محاصره رو، مجبور میشن شاید برن سمت اقدام نظامی و اقدام نظامی هم چیزیه که آمریکا و اسرائیل منتظرشن. برای آمریکایی‌ها یک مزیتی داره که موقعی که فشار میارن به جمهوری اسلامی در محاصره، اگر جمهوری اسلامی اقدام نظامی رو شروع کنه در پاسخ به محاصره، برای ترامپ یه مزیتی داره. دیگه نیازمند این نیست که بره از کنگره مجوز بگیره. اگر جمهوری اسلامی حمله کنه، رئیس جمهور طبق قانون میتونه در دفاع از تهدیدایی که علیه نیروهای آمریکایی و متحدینش هست وارد عمل بشه. اصلا نیازی به مجوز کنگره نداره. و اگر خود جمهوری اسلامی حمله رو شروع بکنه، چه به کشورهای منطقه چه به اسرائیل، اسرائیل ما خودش، اسرائیل منتظر حمله به جمهوری اسلامیه. اسرائیل منع ترامپ بر روش برداشته بشه، همین امروز به جمهوری اسلامی حمله میکنه. و در مقابل جمهوری اسلامی تهدید کرده، گفته ناوهای آمریکا در تیررس ما، دیدم محسن رضایی تهدید کرده همه اینا رو غرق میکنیم. آخه شما اگه میتونستید غرق بکنید که در جنگ 40 روزه غرق میکردید. این محسن رضایی هم شده نماد یک کسی که میاد یه چیزی میگه، مردم جدی نمیگیرن، مسخرش میکنن. الان هم گفته ناوهای آمریکا رو غرق میکنیم. یه دونش هم تا الان نتونستن غرق بکنن. اصلا افسانه بود غرق کردن ناوهای آمریکا با موشک‌های نقطه زن. تا اینجا نتونستن. از این به بعد رو ببینیم این ادعاشونو چقدر میتونن عمل کنن. تا اینجا نتونستن هیچ ناو آمریکایی غرق کنن. قبل از جنگ هم خدمتتون عرض کردم که نمیتونن. فرض کنیم مثلا تونستن، فرض محال یه ناو آمریکایی رو هم غرق کرد. فرض دیگه. خب چه تأثیری داره؟ آمریکا 10 ناو جنگی داره. اون قدرت جایگزینی داره. جمهوری اسلامی قدرت جایگزینی نداره. جمهوری اسلامی الان 150 تا شناور بزرگش در نیروی دریایی ارتش و سپاه غرق شدن، قدرت جایگزینی نداره. آمریکا قدرت جایگزینی داره، تازه غرق هم نشدن از اون. در جنگ ها معادله اصلی اینه که شما چقدر از دشمن نیرو از بین میبری، چقدر از دشمن تجهیزات از بین میبری و دشمن چقدر قادر اون نیرو و تجهیزات رو جبران کنه. در مقابل دشمن چقدر نیرو و تجهیزات نظامی از شما از بین میبره و شما چقدر میتونی اون رو جبران کنی. در این معادله کاملا معادله به ضرر جمهوری اسلامی. تعداد افرادی که از جمهوری اسلامی کشته شدن از فرمانده‌ها خیلی خیلی زیاده. از آمریکا و اسرائیل حتی یه فرمانده هم کشته نشده. تجهیزاتی که از جمهوری اسلامی نابود شده خیلی زیاده و نمیتونه جبران کنه. از آمریکا تجهیزات زیادی نابود نشده. 1-2 تا هواپیما آسیب.
So he's basically saying, you know, like so many commanders of the IRGC have been killed. Not a single American or Israeli commander has been killed, right? So again, right, when we look at the boom boom bingo sheet, look at all these top level commanders have been killed. And guys, these are just top level, right? There's so many others who are not top level, right? Hundreds, if not thousands, that have been boom boomed. But these are just like the top ones, right? And you know, meanwhile, not like a single high level American or Israeli commander has been boom boom. Yeah, I mean, I agree, not enough. Like I ideally, I'd love to see everyone here be gray, right? Everyone here should be gray with like the little red skull and crossbones beside them. But he's comparing like, the devastation of the Islamic regime to the fact that Israel and the United States are perfectly fine.
دیدم که امروز روزنامه سازندگی عنوان زده، گفته شرایط جنگی دولت را به سمت استفاده از منابع بانک مرکزی سوق داده است. یک اتفاقی که در ایران افتاده اینی که کلمات رو از معنا تهی میکنن. اینی که دولت میگه ناپایداری اینترنت، منظورش قطع اینترنت. اینی که میگن دولت مجبور به استفاده از منابع بانک مرکزی شده، سادهش یعنی اینی که دولت داره پول بی پشتوانه چاپ میکنه و چون دولت پول بی پشتوانه چاپ میکنه، تورم و گرانی روز به روز بیشتر خواهد شد. و این شرایط به نظرم جمهوری اسلامی رو به سمت ضعف بیشتر میبره. مردم هم عرض کردم انباشت خشم در اونها داره بیشتر میشه. احتمال حمله آمریکا و اسرائیل هست، ولی حتی بدون اون هم، حتی اگر محاصره ادامه پیدا کنه، شرایط داره به سمتی میره که جامعه دوباره داره میره به سمت شرایط پیشاقیان و دیر یا زود دوباره این اتفاق میفته و خیلی از مردم امیدوارن این آخرین خیزش باشه و جمهوری اسلامی در اثر اون سرنگون بشه. جمهوری اسلامی هیچ وقت تا این اندازه ضعیف نبود. بریم سراغ پرسش و پاسخ و دوستان. چند تا سوال از دوستان پاسخ بدیم، بعد من از خدمتتون مرخص بشم. گفتم من کامنت نمیگذارم، ابراز لطف کردن، خیلی خیلی ممنون. شاهزاده باید فرمان ارتش ملی بده. در اون برنامه گذار اینجوری دیده شده که بعد از پیروزی انقلاب ملی سپاه منحل خواهد شد و ارتش به عنوان مبنا قرار خواهد گرفت. آیا جمهوری اسلامی میخواد لفتش بده که 6 ماه بگذره؟ بله. جمهوری اسلامی میخواد ترامپ رو بندازه توی دوره انتخابات و در اثر انتخابات ترامپ کنگره را دست بده، مشکلش بیشتر بشه. بله، جمهوری اسلامی برنامه‌اش اینه. ولی مشکل خود جمهوری اسلامی هم اینه که همزمان وضعیت اقتصادیش داره به هم میریزه، شدیداً به هم میریزه و وضعیت نارضایتی سیاسی هم خیلی داره شدید میشه. جمهوری اسلامی هم در شرایطی نیست که خودش ادامه بده. در واقع دو طرف منتظرن که طرف مقابل خسته بشه از این فشارهای اقتصادی. آیا امکان ورود نیرو زمینی از شمال ایران هست؟ امکانش خیلی کمتره، چون آمریکایی‌ها در اونجا نیرو زیاد ندارن، تأسیسات ندارن، پشتیبانی ندارن. در جنوب احتمال عملیات آمریکایی‌ها بیشتره، اونم بیشتر زمینی اگه بخوان استفاده کنن در محدوده خلیج فارس و جزایر. من فکر نمی‌کنم بخوان به شکل گسترده نیرو زمینی ببرن. در واقع دو جا امکان استفاده اونا از نیروی زمینی به عنوان تفنگدار و اینها بیشتره. یکی در مورد جزایر در خلیج فارس، یکی هم به شکل موقت چند روزه که بخوان در اصفهان نیرو پیاده کنن و اورانیوم غنی شده رو ببرن. این دو تا جای احتمالش هست. در مورد منوچهر بختیاری بله، دیروز توضیح رو دادم دیروز. چقدر دیگه تا از سرگیری حملات فاصله داریم؟ شرایطی که پیش از حمله رو نشون میده. اینی که براد کوپر رفته توجیه کرده به عنوان فرمانده عملیات، بعد اومده با ایال زمیر فرمانده ارتش اسرائیل دیدار کرده، بعد اومده از ناو یو اس اس تریپولی دیدار کرده، اینا نشان و اینی که مذاکرات هم با بنبست رسیده و طرح سیاسی هم دیده نمیشه و ترامپ هم تحت فشار زمان انتخاباته، تحت فشار اوضاع اقتصادی آمریکاست، همه اینا زمان عملیات رو جلو میندازه، ولی کسی نمیتونه دقیق بگه که ترامپ چه تصمیمی میگیره و کی این تصمیم رو میگیره، چون معادله شخصیه دیگه. تو ذهن یه نفر یک سری عوامل هست، باید ببینیم تو ذهنش ترامپ از این عوامل مختلفی که هست کدوم رو تصمیم میگیره. آیا ترامپ با رئیس جمهور چین دیدار میکنه؟ بله. و چینی‌ها ازشون پرسیدن راجع به تنگه هرمز که آیا این رو رابطتون با آمریکا اثر میگذاره؟ چینی‌ها گفتن ما رابطمون فراتر از تنگه هرمز و به عنوان دو تا ابرقدرت دارن با هم دیدار میکنن. چینی‌ها 300 میلیارد دلار مازاد تجاری با آمریکا دارن، یعنی 300 میلیارد دلار بیشتر به آمریکا صادر میکنن تا اون چیزی که وارد میکنن و این رو از دست نمیدن. اونا میدونن اساس قدرت چین در توان صادراتیشه و این رو از دست نمیدن. آیا احتمال شروع جنگ توسط جمهوری اسلامی است؟ بله. ممکنه جمهوری اسلامی تحت فشار شدید اقتصادی مجبور بشه که حمله بکنه. پاکستان اگر حمله کنه از خاک خودش اقدام میکنه یا عربستان؟ بعید میدونم از خاک خودش بخواد علیه جمهوری اسلامی کاری بکنه. یک لشکر نیرو فرستادن عربستان و یه تعداد هواپیما. اون هواپیماها دفاع خواهند کرد.
All right, so that's that. I'm monitoring the news. Nothing major, nothing breaking, but I am going to be monitoring it, and I'm looking forward to Armin coming back. So, because I think he has some more slides for you guys. But in the meantime, guys, I want to share a video with you. This is from a couple of years ago, and this is sort of on the topic of what we were discussing earlier today with Nux when he was here, where we're talking about sort of the unholy alliance between the red and the black, right? Communism and Islamism. And King Reza Pahlavi, the leader of Iran's Lion and Sun Revolution, and of course the Crown Prince of Iran, he actually spoke at the National Conservatism Conference 2 summers ago. And he gave a warning to the West, where he was speaking about how this unholy alliance destroyed Iran. And now, we're starting to see the same things in the United States. So let's watch this because, more and more people are talking about this unholy alliance between the red and the black. Meanwhile, we have been trying to warn you guys about this for a very, very long time. So, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Western civilization, and the United States in particular, is at risk. I say this because this is exactly what happened to my country 45 years ago. Iran, you might say, was the testing grounds for what my late father called the unholy alliance of the red and the black, radical Marxism and radical Islamism. These two ideologies converged not to create, but to destroy. Indeed, to destroy the very notion of Iran. As the Ayatollah Khomeini himself, upon his return to Iran, said, "Patriots are of no use to us. We need Muslims. Islam is opposed to nationalism, because nationalism means we want a nation, nationhood, and not Islam." He quickly put his ideology into action. Our National Consultative Assembly became the Islamic Consultative Assembly. Our conventional national army was shunned in favor of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. The lion and sun symbol, which adorned our national flag for centuries, was replaced with Allahu Akbar. This united front of Marxists and Islamists took hold of my homeland, but was never satisfied with just taking over Iran, as these two ideologies do not believe in the concept, much less the border of a nation. Indeed, the Islamic Republic in Iran does not view itself as defending or limited to the borders of the Millat, or the Iranian nation, but rather the Ummat, or the Islamic Brotherhood. This expansion has gone far beyond the Middle East. Every day, we see graphic, distressing images of the consequences this regime's expansion has brought all the way to Europe and the West. From looting universities that were once the envy of the world, to supporting terrorist cells taking hold in Europe, to attempting to annihilate Israel, to expanding its criminal footprint to Latin America. This is not an accident. This is the Islamic Republic's political strategy. I invite you to read yesterday's statement and grave warning from the Director of National Intelligence on this matter. Sadly, this has all too often been ignored by many in the mainstream media and the fellow travelers who have come to dominate the commentariat class. Even this week, we are seeing this fifth column of the Islamic regime rear its ugly head in the media to try to convince you that the Islamic Republic's new president is a reformist. He is no such thing. He is nothing but a loyalist and lackey of this regime, and a proponent of its radical imperialist ideology. As he publicly wrote to the Hezbollah Secretary General, reiterating the regime's commitment to its proxies and their terror just this week. Indeed, the rise of radical Islam around the world can be traced directly back to the success of the Islamic Revolution in Iran and the establishment of this usurping anti-Iranian regime, backed by a minority and sustained through oppression and violence. The problem that began in Iran must be ended in Iran. But do not mistake this as a war between Iran and the West, nor a call for one. It is neither. This is not a conflict between nation states, but the war of a radical internationalist ideology on all nations, from the Iranian nation to your own. Indeed, it was the great and historic nation of Iran that was the first victim of this unholy alliance and of the resulting Islamic Republic. For 45 years, Iran has been taken captive, and my compatriots have been held hostage. They have been held hostage not by American sanctions or Western policies, but by radical Islamism. But Western political elites have indeed been accomplices, not only in my compatriots being held hostage, but accomplices in the crimes against your own citizens and nations. The chief accomplice of the Ayatollahs in their violent march to their global caliphate has been American political naivete about the true nature of this regime and European guilt and fears of Islamophobia. You do not have to fight the war against this poisonous and murderous ideology on your own, but you must be aware that it is waging war against you. I do have good news, because there is an army rising up against this poisonous ideology, this unholy alliance. That army is the Iranian people, the united Iranian people. Today, I come to you with a message from that rising army, that nation under captivity, those citizens taken hostage. The Islamic Republic may have taken hold of Iran, but it has never taken hold of Iranians' love of country. Today, Iran, inspired by our ancient history and our great civilization, is in the throes of a national revival, a national reawakening, a national renaissance. Iranians are proud, strong people with a proud, storied history, and are not willing to lose it to this unholy alliance. As my compatriots on the streets or at the tomb of Cyrus the Great chant, we will fight, we will die, we will reclaim Iran. But there are those who stand against them. There are global interests who would rather see the Islamic regime in Iran stay in power. They are making too much money, taking too much advantage, or perhaps it's simply too convenient. I know this because I've had powerful men, wealthy men, well-connected men tell me to stop the fight, to give up the effort, because they have grander global plans at work. Some want to keep the regime in place forever. Some want to light the country on fire so that out of its inevitable explosion, they can create statelets over whom they can play the role of benefactor, master, or God. But I will not stand for this, and I will not give up, for my compatriots deserve better. But do not be mistaken. This national reawakening is an Iranian project, not something to be cooked up in Washington, London, Berlin, or Paris. So why am I here with you today? I am here with a message from my compatriots, a message from the Iranian nation. My friends, the people of Iran would like to see you in the United States as a partner. Their message is that they seek not an entangling alliance, but an alliance of shared values and mutual interest, one which will serve Iran's true national interests and your own. Indeed, Iran is one of the few foreign policy questions where the United States can squarely align its interests with its values. While its dictator has attempted to brainwash Iran's youth with daily calls of death to America, my compatriots take to the street and say, death to the Islamic Republic. And our enemy is right here. You lie when you say it's America. When the regime puts American flags on the ground, my compatriots refuse to step on it and walk around or jump over it. And this is not a new phenomenon. Iranians are the only people in the Middle East who poured onto the streets on September 11th, 2001 to mourn alongside you and to stand with you. They have continued to see both their compatriots and yours killed in.
Actually, let me share that because yeah, not a lot of people remember that. Not a lot of people remember that. So let me just share this here. Look at this. So here's a good comparison. Here's a good comparison. These are Iranians versus Palestinians. Let's see how the Iranians reacted to 9/11 versus how the Palestinians reacted. Remember, guys, the Palestinians right now are, taking over your country and crying about genocide, right? So let's see what happened. Let's see how the Palestinians reacted.
Among jubilant Palestinians that the United States had been subject to this attack. People applauding, clapping, smiling, happy to know that thousands of Americans have died in this sneak attack. And there you see a V for victory sign.
So the Iranians are saying Amrika tasliyat, which means America condolences. And then the Iranians start chanting Marg bar terrorist, which means death to terrorists. So let's compare that again. So these are the Palestinians versus the Iranians. Guys, you have to know who your enemy is.
Jubilant Palestinians that the United States had been subject to this attack. People applauding, clapping, smiling, happy to know that thousands of Americans have died in this sneak attack. And there you see a V for victory sign. Among jubilant.
There you go. So, yeah, guys, Iranians have never been your enemy. It's the Islamic regime. It's that Islamic jihadi ideology that's your enemy, right? That's by the way, that's the same Islamic jihadi ideology that Palestinians have, right? And the Islamic regime supports Palestine. The Islamic regime murders Iranians. So there you go. Just a little bit of food for thought there for you guys. Sorry, let me just check something here. Okay. So there's that. We'll go back to King Reza Pahlavi's. All right, President Trump just posted on Truth Social. So President Trump just posted countries from all over the world, almost all of which are not involved in the Middle Eastern dispute going on so visibly and violently for all to see, have asked the U.S. if we could help free up their ships, which are locked up in the Strait of Hormuz, on something which they have absolutely nothing to do with. They are merely neutral and innocent bystanders. For the good of Iran, the Middle East, and the U.S., we have told these countries that we will guide their ships safely out of these restricted waterways so that they can freely and ably get on with their business. Again, these are ships from areas of the world that are not in any way involved with that which is currently taking place in the Middle East. I have told my representatives to inform them that we will use best efforts to get their ships and crews safely out of the strait. In all cases, they said they will not be returning until the area becomes safe for navigation and everything else. This process, Project Freedom, will begin Monday morning, Middle East time. I'm fully aware that my representatives are having very positive discussions with the country of Iran, and that these discussions could lead to something very positive for all. Interesting. Guys, this is 100% trolling. This is 100% trolling. Because remember what President Trump said yesterday. President Trump said even if the regime agrees to everything, the regime still has not paid for what they've done to humanity. So this is really interesting. The ship movement is merely meant to free up people, companies, and countries that have done absolutely nothing wrong. They are victims of circumstance. This is a humanitarian gesture on behalf of the United States, Middle Eastern countries, but in particular, the country of... Whoa, what? Oh my gosh, he's totally troll. Whoa. Okay, he is completely trolling the Islamic regime. Guys, this is going to send the IRGC into like chaos mode. Like, what he's saying is, this is a humanitarian gesture on behalf of the US, Middle Eastern countries, but in particular the country of Iran. Guys, remember, the IRGC has said that they're not going to let up. They're going to close the strait, right? But the fact that he's putting out this statement that this is, happening on behalf of the country of Iran, this he's trolling the regime right now. He's trolling the regime because this right here is going to send the Islamic regime into panic mode, because the Islamic regime is now going to try to figure out, wait, who agreed to this? And then the Islamic regime is going to be like, wait, who the heck gave President Trump permission to speak on behalf of Iran? Right? So for President Trump to post this, speaking on behalf of Iran, yeah, guys, this is this is going to make the Islamic regime and their supporters very, very angry. Like, this is high level trolling of the Islamic regime. Many of these ships are running low on food and everything else necessary for large-scale crews to stay on board in a healthy and sanitary manner. I think it would go a long way in showing goodwill on behalf of all those who have been fighting so strenuously over the last number of months. If, in any way, this guys, I told you he's trolling. Look at this. If in any way this humanitarian process is interfered with, that interference will unfortunately have to be dealt with forcefully. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Guys, I called it. So President Trump, he's basically saying, if the Islamic regime tries to intervene in this, humanitarian effort, then the United States will have to boom them. I basically called it before I even finished reading it, right? He's setting them up, and if the Islamic regime tries to stop the humanitarian issue, President Trump will just have to boom them. Wow. See, guys, I've pretty much become an expert at translating President Trump. It's like I even know where he's going before he even gets there. So there you go. Wow. Yeah, you know what, Armin? You know what? You're right. Armin's the Durka whisperer. I'm the Trump whisperer. Yeah, I'm the Trump whisperer. Guys, this is great news. So when I say President Trump is trolling, I mean he's trolling the regime. Like, he's absolutely trolling them. He's making them fume, right? Like, he's trolling them when he says, "Oh, I'm speaking on behalf of Iran." I'm not saying he's being I'm like, that doesn't mean he's not being serious. Obviously, he's warning them, but it's still a troll. He's trolling them when he's saying, "I'm speaking on behalf of Iran," because obviously he's not. But this is like, he's basically getting in the heads of the Islamic regime. Oh my gosh, guys, this is basically like everyone within the regime right now, they're going to be pointing at one another. They're going to be like, wait, who authorized President Trump to speak on behalf of the Islamic regime, right? But what's interesting is he's also saying he's speaking on behalf of the country of Iran. So he could very well be speaking on behalf of the Iranian people, not on behalf of the Islamic regime. I mean, we don't know, right? And no, guys. So someone is asking, is he letting in Iran export oil? No, he's not. No, right? So guys, remember, he's saying the ship movement is merely meant to free up people, companies, and countries that have done absolutely nothing wrong. They are the victims of circumstance. So the U.S. naval blockade is still on. So okay, I will translate this entire post for you. So what President Trump is essentially saying is that the US blockade is still on. We're going to make sure that ships that are not related to the Islamic regime can move in and out. And if the Islamic regime tries to stop us, we're going to boom boom them. That's basically what he's saying. So, yeah, that's President Trump's post in a nutshell. Nice. I like that. That's some great news. Very good news. Okay, let's go back to King Reza Pahlavi's speech. And then, yes, I do have a pizza video lined up for you guys. I will share that pizza video after we're done with King Reza Pahlavi's speech.
These conflicts the Islamic Republic has brought about in the Middle East. And they are offering you a solution to free yourselves of these conflicts, rebalance the region, and solve the issues of the Middle East with a Middle Eastern solution. Because while the Islamic Republic seeks to spread its radical caliphate across the region, my compatriots denounce this imperialism and respond with shots of neither Gaza nor Lebanon, my life is only for Iran. They are tired of having their once radiant country run like a radical cause. They want a government that cares for its own and does not spend blood or treasure meddling in foreign wars as it has in Syria, Iraq, Lebanon, and Yemen. They want to return Iran to being a nation state, as we have been for more than 2 millennia. How can all of this happen? My friends, we are not seeking your intervention. We are not seeking your charity. I am not here to ask for your permission to get rid of the Islamic Republic, nor am I here to ask you to do it for us. The true Iran, the ancient Iran, and the soon-to-be free Iran doesn't seek your patronage. It seeks your partnership. It doesn't seek your funding. It seeks your friendship, because our interests are aligned in the most unique of ways. So as a
Okay, do you guys not understand what I mean when I say trolling? I'm saying he's trolling the Islamic regime. داره مسخرهشون میکنه. معنی مسخره رو میدونین چیه؟ دارم میگم داره اونا رو مسخره میکنه وقتی که میگه ما و رژیم تصمیم گرفتیم که هر کشتی که ربطی نداره به این موضوع میتونه بره کنار. بعد آخرش هم دقیقاً میاد میگه که اگر که هر کسی اجازه نده که این کشتی‌ها رد بشن ما نابودشون میکنیم. That's what trolling means. داره مسخرهشون میکنه. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Opposed to the growing threat of this unholy alliance of the red and the black, what, my friends, might a partnership with the Iranian nation look like? What will it look like when the sovereignty over our ancient nation is returned to its true sovereign, the Iranian people? Iran will once again be the anchor of peace and stability in the Middle East, so you can finally bring your boys and girls home from faraway lands, but with dignity. Iran will once again be the center of prosperity in the region and a safe haven for foreign investment, not foreign aid. Iran will once again be an ally of the United States and a close partner of both Israel and the Arab states, and see the Abraham Accords hopefully grow to the Cyrus Accords. Iran will once again be the engine of progress, the defender of freedom and righteousness, not the spreader of terror and evil. You notice I say once again, because this is nothing new. This is the type of relations our two nations had before, particularly under the leadership of my father and President Nixon. Then, Iran sought peace and productive relations based on mutual interest with all nations. We were friends with America and its European allies. But we also maintained a balanced foreign policy by having stable, cordial relations with the USSR and China. We worked with both India and Pakistan. We had relations with both Israel and the Arab states of the Persian Gulf. Iran kept the peace in the Middle East, and we can help to do so again. But what is missing? What has prevented this until now has largely been an American policy on Iran, guided by intellectual naivete, based on the false premise that you can change the behavior of those who believe in such a radical ideology. But this is not a conflict between nation states, but against a radical, destructive ideology that cannot be negotiated with. This ideology cannot be reasoned with. It cannot be changed. There is no better deal to be made. It must be defeated, which is exactly what my compatriots have been fighting for. Perhaps some of this makes you wary. I know. It should. Some conversations like this in decades past have led your political leadership down the wrong road. In Afghanistan, when 70% of the country's post-Taliban tribal parliament wanted to restore the constitutional monarchy of Zahir Shah because his people saw him, even in his old age, as a symbol and source of national unity, the American administration denied this national claim and this sovereign right. By forcing an inauthentic Western construct on a society with its own traditions, norms, and means of governance, the result was corruption, chaos, and collapse of the state. It was a devastating mistake, the consequence of which we continue to see today. This did not achieve security for America, nor was it successful in defending your values. Today, terrorist attacks are once again launched from Kandahar, and women are once again enslaved in Kabul. Because although America's aims may have been well-intentioned, the failure to listen to Afghans led it down a road to hell, paved with those very same good intentions. Only a few years later, in Iraq, Washington's political elites' arrogance and ignorance subjugated Iraqi national interest and sovereignty to small-minded sectarian interests that not only failed to unite the country, but further divided it. Citizens of Iraq were forced to see themselves not as Iraqis first and foremost, but as members of their religious sect, their ethnic group, or their clan, before seeking themselves as co-equal citizens of their nations. And let us not forget that all of this was brought about with military force. Let me make myself clear. That mistake should not be repeated in Iran, and I will not stand for those radical few who might advocate it, Iranians or Americans. But there is another path to this partnership between these two great nations, Iran and America. A path that rejects appeasement of the radical Islamists who have taken Iran hostage and are taking their war to you, right here on American soil. A path that rejects war and the imposition of inorganic Western construct on a proud and ancient nation. This new path, this third way, requires maximum pressure on the Islamic Republic and maximum support for the Iranian people. Iranians are not seeking a handout. They do not want you to change their regime for them. They are fighting on the streets and cities of Iran for their right to life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, and to reclaim their most treasured inheritance, their nation. What they want is for you to stop emboldening their captors and killers by sending them billions of dollars. And as opposed to bring about peace through strength, bringing about chaos through weakness and appeasement. My friends, you have a fight on your hands. But your fight is not with the nation of Iran. Your fight is with the radical ideology of the Islamic Republic and its defenders right here in Washington. But you are not alone in that fight, because it is the same fight Iranians are fighting every day on the streets of my country. In the fight between the Islamic Republic and Iran, my compatriots have chosen to step forward, to accept the call of history and fight to reclaim their nation. So have I, and I hope you will join us. For as Burke said, when bad men combine, the good must associate, else they will fall one by one. Being with you just a few days after we celebrated America's Independence Day is quite fortuitous, because some 250 years ago, as he authored the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson did so inspired by the values of the Iranian king Cyrus. Iranians have never forgotten this connection, and today, as they fight not to create, but to liberate their nation, they are inspired by your struggle for freedom and love of country. Our two great nations share this special bond. Great civilizations, true nations, never remained subjugated. And we Iranians will reclaim our country. As this eventuality becomes a reality, be with us in this fight, not as our patrons, but as our partners, not as our founders, but as our friends. For our battle is won. Thank you. Thank you very much.
One of my favorite speeches from His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi. Never get tired of listening to that, because yeah, very, very relevant, especially when he's talking about the unholy alliance of the red and the black. The videos in my Iran Revolution live playlist, like the list of videos and music, so you can find it there. Okay, so I promised you guys that I would share some videos about Persian pizza. Give me one moment. I'll be right back. Sorry. Okay, I'll be right back, guys.
Shadows cut from the light, sirens and gunfire in the dead of night. They took our voices, they shut the net, but not our will, not our regret. Now hear us say, without any apology, killed, buried, unnamed, 50,000 caged, broken and chained. But we still rise, we still believe in words you wrote, in vows you gave. We want freedom and revenge. We will fight beside you till the end. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is born when you fill our sky. Angels of liberty, strong and true. Our old ally, USA, we stand with you. We stand with you. Our name rises in every sea. We shout King Reza Pahlavi, our hope, our future, and unity. A future built on justice and peace, where hatred ends and nations breathe. We honor the brave American Air Force and Navy. Through all our love, we will be free. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is born when you fill our sky. Angels of liberty, strong and true. Our old ally, USA, Aurelion, stand with you. God bless the USA.
Song ended too quick. Okay. So, a vote for pineapple on pizza. No, pineapple does belong on pizza. Anyone who does not like pineapple on pizza, they're IRGC. So I'm fully pineapple on pizza kind of person. So okay, I promised you guys a food video. So we'll start with this one. Now, you know, I'm always hesitant to share like traveler vlog videos because, you know, sometimes they try to normalize the Islamic regime and make it seem as if Iran is a normal country. I mean, Iran is certainly not like a third world country. It is a dictatorship. So, you know, I'll share this video, but, you know, it's with the understanding that, you know, Iran is still like an Islamic dictatorship, right? So just because, you know, there's like functioning restaurants and, you know, food stores and, you know, things like that, it doesn't mean that the country is, you know, normal or westernized. But, you know, it's not like a third world, it's not Somalia, let's say. It's not Somalia. So here's Persian pizza, and it's so good, and now I'm craving. Now I'm literally craving Persian pizza. Watch this. Oh, look how cheesy it is.
Imagine finding a hidden food gem in the heart of a quiet mountain town in western Iran. That's exactly what happened to me in Sonkor, a peaceful town surrounded by nature, known more for its cool weather and Kurdish hospitality than fast food.
See, we have to put ketchup on pizza, right? But it has to be Iranian ketchup. It's Iranian ketchup that you put on pizza. And guys, when they're speaking about Kurdish hospitality, they're obviously referring to Iranian Kurds, right? Not like the separatist Iraqi Kurds.
But trust me, what I discovered here surprised me in the best way. Iranian pizza is something else. It's bold, thick, and packed with layers of flavor. The base is soft but sturdy, topped with golden, stretchy cheese, farm-fresh vegetables, juicy mushrooms, and here's the star, incredibly flavorful, Iranian-style sausages and cold cuts. There's a unique smokiness and spice that makes every bite feel like a warm hug.
Guys, so you have to remember, ketchup, Iranian ketchup is not like the, you know, the kind of like, it's not American ketchup, okay? So it's different. We call it ketchup, but it's way more savory than it is sweet.
It doesn't taste like typical pizza. It tastes like something created with care and tradition. What makes it even more special is the quality of ingredients. Even simple things like peppers, onions, and herbs are full of natural flavor because they're grown locally. The cheese is rich and melty, and the sausages, honestly, they're among the best I've tasted anywhere. Smoky,
The sausages are beef, by the way. It's not ham or anything.
seasoned, and seriously addictive. And the price? Just $3 to $5 for a full pizza. You get the
Yeah, but that's, you know, $3 to $5. That's, you know, in like American dollars, right? This is like right now, inflation is very high. So like these pizzas right now are actually like unaffordable for most Iranians, right? It's unaffordable. So remember, guys, so the vast majority of Iranians live below the poverty line. So stuff like this, not everyone can afford this, right? Not everyone can afford this kind of food. So yeah, I mean, like for us, you know, because our salaries are based on like US or Canadian dollars or something like that. But when it comes to actual, you know, Iranians in Iran, many Iranians can't afford this because it's way too expensive. It's way too expensive, which is really sad, right? Because the poverty is astounding.
satisfaction of a hearty handmade meal without breaking the bank. It's the kind of food that makes you feel at home, even if you're thousands of miles away.
Yeah, when he says without breaking the bank, obviously it's in reference to like people that are traveling there. But yeah, so like all the sausages and like, you know, that they're talking about, sausages, pepperoni, that's all beef. It's there's no pork. It's all beef. And it's really good.
Smoky, seasoned, and seriously addictive. And the price? Just $3 to $5 for a full pizza. You get the satisfaction of a hearty handmade meal without breaking the bank. It's the kind of food that makes you feel at home, even if you're thousands of miles away.
Really good.
Sonkor might be a small town, but the heart and flavor it puts into its food is massive. This little fast food spot turned out to be one of my favorite food discoveries in Iran.
So, I mean, guys, as you can see, the reason that we add ketchup on top is because we actually don't add a lot of tomato paste to the base of the pizza for whatever reason. That's why like we add ketchup on top. But again, it has to be Iranian ketchup, right? Like it can't be like, you know, Western ketchup. Like I would never have like Heinz ketchup on Iranian pizza or something. And then of course, if I'm having regular pizza, obviously no ketchup on that. But you know, if I'm having Iranian pizza, you need to have Iranian ketchup. Oh, so good.
If you're curious about the real Iran, beyond the headlines, beyond the tourist spots, follow us. There's a whole world of flavor and culture here, just waiting to be explored.
Oh my God. Look at that. Oh, look. So, okay. So this says pizza. This is P. This is the letter P. This little thingy here with like the 3 dots, that's the letter P. And then this is the Y. And then that's the T on top. So it's like P, Y, T. And then this here, the tail, that's with this dot, that's the Z. And then this is the letter A. So this literally says pizza. And then this one says sandwich, which is sandwich. No, it's not pizza, guys. We have the letter P in Persian. It's pizza. Don't mistake us with Palestinians. You mistake us with Palestinians, we'll ban you. Yeah, this isn't, guys. This isn't Palestine. This is Iran. We have the letter P. We're Persian. And then this is sandwich, right? So sandwich is obviously sandwich. So that's S-A. This is the letter N. And then this is D. This is the letter V. This is this line here with the 2 dots. That's the letter Y. And then this thing at the end, this is the sound CH. Ch with the three dots at the bottom. So sandwich. So it's like a pizza sandwich store. Like so basically they sell pizzas and sandwiches. There you go. Okay, let me find another one for you. I think there was one that was like maybe a food hall or something. Here we go. All right. So here's a video of the food hall. And we will go back to President Trump's post when Armin comes back. So now this is kebab. This is kebab. So this is beef kebab. Gosh, this is making me so hungry. I haven't had my dinner yet. This is beef kebab. This is chicken. I think this is like veal. Oh my gosh. And then those are the herbs. Oh, that's kelle pache. Oh my gosh, I love kelle pache. This is like a lamb stew. This is how they grill the beef kebab, and then oh man, look at that. Look at that rice with the saffron. Oh my gosh. Okay, so a typical like Persian kebab meal, Iranian kebab meal, you got like your ground beef, you got like your beef like veal steak, and then it's always served with like grilled tomatoes and then fresh herbs, onions, peppers, lemon, and then there's like some bread here, freshly baked bread, and then this is rice with saffron and barberries on top. Oh my gosh, makes me so hungry. But this is like a must. So whenever you're having kebab, you have to have like, raw onion on the side. I love raw onion, by the way. It's like a Persian thing. Fresh herbs, grilled tomatoes, lemon lime. So our food is very aromatic, but it's not spicy, right? So we don't have spicy food, but it's very aromatic. Oh, look at it, it's a pizza. That was a pizza. That was a Persian pizza. Okay, the Persian pizza is coming. Oh, look at that. Look how cute it is. Oh, that's lamb shank. So guys, so this is lamb shank here. And then again, that's like that's barberries on top. And then this is plain white rice with saffron. And then this one here, oh my gosh, this is barre de polo. So this is herbed rice with fava beans. So it's like fava beans mixed in with the herbed rice. And the herb, I think it's usually like dill or something, and then with like saffron on top. So again, like very, very aromatic, right? Not spicy, like no curry or anything like that. It's just mostly like just, herbs and, a little bit of turmeric, but like a lot of saffron. Yeah, things like that. The goldfish was for decoration. We don't eat the goldfish. Again, as you can see, like more saffron, sesame seeds, herbs, onions, and then that's with the kebab as well. Yeah, we have our own version of stuffed grape leaves. We call it dolme. It's really good too. Dolme is one of my favorites. Oh man. Okay, so that's basically like so what the like the herbs or whatever that he's adding here, like the spices, it's basically like salt, pepper, turmeric, garlic, onion, and saffron, and also probably like lemon juice as well. Oh yeah, there you go. That's turmeric a little bit. That's probably like garlic powder, I think. Oil. Oh, so good. We have basmati. We have basmati rice. Jasmine rice is more Asian. Jasmine rice is more sticky, right? But we have we eat basmati. Oh, so those are bay leaves. So he's also adding bay leaves to help with like getting rid of like the smell of like the raw chicken or whatever. Basically just to make it more aromatic.
برگ بو تو کلاه آشپزی. میکس ادویه و
So that's advia. So advia is like our version. You know how like when you're making Indian food, you know, there's always like a curry powder or like gram masala or something. So we like our version is called advia, and I'll show you exactly what it's comprised of. Where's the image here? So this is advia. So this is what I mean when I say like Iranian food, it's very aromatic, but it's not spicy. So our advia is basically a mix of cumin, cloves, cinnamon, dried rose petals, black pepper, turmeric, and cardamom. So our food is very, like I said, very aromatic, very flavorful, but it's not spicy. So advia is our version of like curry, but it's not curry, right? Because curry is completely different, but curry is basically like a mix of like different kinds of spices. So our version is called advia. And yeah, so again, cumin, cloves, cinnamon, dried rose petals, black pepper, turmeric, cardamom. We pretty much like add advia to like everything, because it's so good. It just makes the food so much better. So this is what you're seeing here. It's like it's the advia. He's adding lemon juice. We added cream.
مایونز دیده بودم ولی خامه نه. خامه میزنن.
When I was adding cream. Let's keep it up. Hey, Armin, welcome back.
Wow, hi. Wow. That looks amazing.
Oh my gosh, he's making juje. He's making like wings. Oh, so good. I think he's making like juje kebab here.
Do they have kubide?
Yeah, they showed kubide in the beginning.
I love kubide and kelle pache.
You know what? They actually showed kubide and kelle pache right at the beginning. Look at this. Wait, let me slow it down. I won't play the whole thing. We were speaking a little bit about Persian pizza, so then I showed a video of like Persian pizza. There you go. Kelle pache is really good. I can only have kelle pache like maybe twice a year. There you go.
Can't tell them we can't tell them what kelle pache really is.
That's okay. I just said it's lamb stew. Anyways, all right. Welcome back. How did it go?
It went good. It was good. We were talking about so many things. We were talking about Nux and
Yeah.
his views on atheism at the end. We were also talking about Donald Trump's latest post.
Yes,
at the
actually,
very
I'm glad you're here because I wanted to ask you about that.
Okay.
All right, let's go to President Trump's latest. Do you want to bring it up? So I already shared it and I gave my thoughts, but
Oh, okay. What are your thoughts?
I think this is basically he's trolling the Islamic regime by basically saying that he's speaking on behalf of Iran, and because the Islamic regime has made it very clear that they don't want to end, the blockade or whatever. I think the boom booms are going to restart because President Trump has now created basically a new, it's basically a new scenario. And what he's saying is that if the humanitarian process is interfered with, he's going to go after the regime.
So you think that the boom booms are going to start still this weekend?
Yeah, because the Islamic regime isn't just going to let President Trump speak on their behalf, and the Islamic regime isn't going to hold back, right?
Okay. So should I read it again?
Yeah.
Okay. So President Trump posted, countries from all over the world, almost all of which are not involved in the Middle Eastern dispute going on so visibly and violently for all to see, have asked the United States if we could help free up their ships, which are locked up in the Strait of Hormuz, on something which they have absolutely nothing to do with. They are merely neutral and innocent bystanders. For the good of Iran, the Middle East, and the United States, we have told these countries that we will guide their ships safely out of these restricted waterways so that they can freely and ably get on with their business. Again, these are ships from areas of the world that are not in any way involved with that which is currently taking place in the Middle East. I have told my representatives to inform them that we will use best efforts to get their ships and crews safely out of the strait. In all cases, they said they will not be returning until the area becomes safe for navigation and everything else. This process, Project Freedom, will begin Monday morning, Middle East time. I am fully aware that my representatives are having very positive discussions with the country of Iran, and that these discussions could lead to something very positive for all. The ship movement is merely meant to free up people, companies, and countries that have done absolutely nothing wrong. They are victims of circumstance. This is a humanitarian gesture on behalf of the United States, Middle Eastern countries, but in particular the country of Iran. Many of these ships are running low on food and everything else necessary for large-scale crews to stay on board in a healthy and sanitary manner. I think it will go a long way in showing goodwill on behalf of all those who have been fighting so strenuously over the last number of months. If in any way the humanitarian process is interfered with, that interference will unfortunately have to be dealt with forcefully. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America. So, is it okay if I play devil's advocate, or do you guys? I don't want to.
I mean, you can play devil's advocate. Tusi's going live in about 3-4 minutes though, and I'm going to use that opportunity to eat some dinner. But yeah, I mean, definitely play devil's advocate if you want.
Well, me playing devil's advocate will take longer than 3 to 4 minutes. So
why don't we wait until Tusi's done, and then if you want, you could play devil's advocate then.
All right.
But I mean, I think he's very clear about what he's saying, and I think the fact that he's speaking on behalf of the country of Iran, that's going to piss off a lot of Islamic regime officials, and they're going to be pointing the finger at one another and basically saying, "Who the hell authorize President Trump to speak on our behalf.
So when you say but I think it's very clear, does that mean that it's not worth playing devil's advocate?
No, I think it's absolutely important to play devil's advocate because I think that conversation is really important. Yeah, no, absolutely.
Okay. So guys, when we come back, I will play devil's advocate, but I will ask you to not get upset because I'm just playing devil's advocate, to consider the other side. We're only considering it. So don't get offended or outraged. We're just only considering the other side of it. Okay. So just please.
It's okay. People already got offended when I said President Trump is trolling the regime. They're like, what do you mean? He's being serious. I'm like, that's not what trolling means. That means dare maskarashun mikhone. But it's okay. People are getting a little sensitive. I understand and I appreciate why. But it's all good. But while we're waiting for 2C here, let me just play this very quick Persian pizza video for you. Look at this. Wait, where's the Persian pizza video?
Rickroll? No. Ooh. Oh my God, this brings back memories.
Imagine finding a hidden food gem in the heart of a quiet mountain town in western Iran.
Look at
That's
that.
exactly what happened to me in Sonkor, a peaceful town surrounded by nature, known more for its cool weather and Kurdish hospitality than fast food. But trust me, what I discovered here surprised me in the best way. Iranian pizza is something else. It's bold, thick, and packed with layers of flavor. The base is soft but sturdy, topped with golden, stretchy cheese, farm-fresh vegetables, juicy mushrooms, and here's the star, incredibly flavorful, Iranian-style sausages and cold cuts. There's a unique smokiness and spice that makes every bite feel like a warm hug. It doesn't taste like typical pizza. It tastes like something created with care and tradition. What makes it even more special is the quality of ingredients. Even simple things like peppers, onions, and herbs are full of natural flavor because they're grown locally. The cheese is rich and melty, and the sausages, honestly, they're among the best I've tasted anywhere. Smoky, seasoned, and seriously addictive. And the price? Just $3 to $5 for a full pizza. You get the satisfaction of a hearty handmade meal without breaking the bank. It's the kind of food that makes you feel at home, even if you're thousands of miles away.
Guys, this pizza tastes completely different from the pizza that you're imagining right now. It's I remember what this tastes like. Oh my God.
Sonkor might be a small town, but the heart and flavor it puts into its food is massive. This little fast food spot turned out to be one of my favorite food discoveries in Iran. If you're curious about the real Iran, beyond the headlines, beyond the tourist spots, follow us.
Okay. 2C starting.
Okay.
We'll be back.
Welcome to 2C TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and we are getting closer to the return of clashes in Iran as President Donald J. Trump has once again rejected the latest proposal for a deal coming from the Islamic Republic of Iran. The IRGC have now announced that they are ready to begin the conflict. They've also given President Trump a bit of a deadline. I know, the IRGC giving the Americans deadlines, and the US military over the last few minutes have officially confirmed that Project Freedom will begin tomorrow, Monday, the 4th of May. Project Freedom is, of course, the US military beginning their operation to liberate the Strait of Hormuz. It's basically to go and save the commercial vessels and the oil tankers that are stuck in near the Strait of Hormuz. So we're going to talk about a number of things. Firstly, President Trump rejecting the latest deal coming from the Islamic regime in Iran. The IRGC obviously saying that they've given I think a 30-day deadline, which is slightly pointless. 30-day deadline to for the US to stop the blockade of Hormuz. In the meantime, they've also said they are ready to start the war tomorrow. I'm like, okay, so what is the point of having a deadline if you're going to start attacking? And the water crisis in Iran is also getting worse. And we're going to be talking about some of the information that we have coming from Iran. And the IRGC's small little fast boats have caused more trouble over the last few hours. They've attacked more international cargo ships. So let's talk about what came out a few minutes ago from President Trump. This is just some breaking news about Project Freedom. Before we get to that, a few days from now, we will be releasing the first ever political comedy on 2CTV Plus, The Haters Ball. So you can join 2CTV Plus. You can become a member today by going on offers.2c.tv and use the promo code comedy35 to get 35% off annual memberships. Limited offer. All right, let's get on with the show. Let's talk about the statement that we've now received from President Trump, saying countries from all over the world, almost all of which are not involved in the Middle Eastern dispute going on so visibly and violently for all to see, have asked the United States if we could help free up their ships, which are locked up in the Strait of Hormuz, on something which they absolutely have nothing to do with. They are merely neutral and innocent bystanders. For the good of Iran, the Middle East, and the United States, we have told these countries that we will guide their ships safely out of these restricted waterways so that they can freely get on with their business. Again, these are ships from areas of the world that are not in any way involved with which is currently taking place in the Middle East. I have told my representatives to inform them that we will use best efforts to get their ships and crews safely out of the strait. In all cases, they said they will not be returning until all area becomes safe for navigation and everything else. This process, called Project Freedom, will begin Monday morning Middle East time, which means, by the way, if you're watching this live, it's currently 5:34 p.m. Eastern time. So technically speaking, about, I would say, 6 hours from now, 6 to 9 hours from now, Project Freedom will begin, which, for the record, the IRGC have said if the Americans try to intervene to come into the Strait of Hormuz to basically escort these vessels, we are going to launch. Now, two things are going to happen. One, the Islamic Republic are going to start the war again, right? Or, more likely, the second scenario, they're not going to do anything. The Americans are going to come and escort these vessels out, and maybe one or two of these little tiny ships, boats that the IRGC have, might use some of the rifles to shoot at the US Navy. But yeah, that's still most likely the real scenario, because if the IRGC try to restart the war just because the Americans are escorting these vessels out, obviously it does defeat the purpose of the blockade of Hormuz that the IRGC have been doing, right? So on paper, the IRGC have no other option but to hit tomorrow morning. On the other hand, again, are they brave enough or stupid enough to actually do it? They're probably just going to stand around and watch the Americans and just deny that any of this is happening. So let's talk about this deal that has now been rejected again by President Trump. He loves to reject deals, despite the fact that a lot of idiots who are saying President Trump just wants a deal for the sake of deal. He's just going to bow down. He's going to sign the deal. He's rejected 4 deals so far, 4 of the proposals. The latest one was 2 hours ago. Let's talk about what the Islamic Republic wanted to do. So they came up with a clever idea. And I genuinely thought they might just be able to convince President Trump. Like, listen to this. But good compromise, little bit. They proposed a 3-phase plan to basically end the war. The Islamic Republic said, we'll turn the ceasefire into permanent peace in 30 days. That sounds good, right? For them. Reopen the Strait of Hormuz and lift the US blockade gradually. So not immediately. They don't expect the Americans to do it immediately, just gradually. Not bad. Compromise. Mutual non-aggression. Fair enough. But they said that includes Israel and Hezbollah. Ooh, tricky. Stage 2, after 30 days of ceasefire or whatever, after delaying it, then we're going to talk about nuclear. So they moved from no negotiations over nuclear to we'll delay it, but we will talk about nuclear. Then they came up with some interesting compromises. Freeze enrichment up to 15 years. And then afterward, a cap at 3.6%, which is civilian level. No dismantling of nuclear site. And sanctions to be lifted step by step instead of altogether. Nice compromise, IRGC. And stage 3 is launch Middle East security talks for the whole region. And I thought, oh, this could be interesting. Not that the Americans would say yes, but maybe bits of it. President Trump said, no, no, no. The interesting thing about this is that the moment the offer was sent and the Americans basically said, we read it, the foreign ministry's spokesperson in the Islamic Republic, Ismail Baghai, who is an IRGC plant in the foreign ministry, said that the United States' view regarding our proposal has now been conveyed to us by Pakistan. The Americans' response is currently under review by the Islamic Republic. After final deliberations, the Islamic Republic will respond to the Americans' response. President Trump ruined the whole plan by immediately coming out and announcing that I have considered the proposal from Iran. It is not acceptable to me. So the Islamic Republic were trying to play this game, this dance of negotiations. Oh, we sent an offer. The Americans have given us the response. We will get back to you. And then President Trump started tweeting, no, no, no. So I'm not really sure what the point of the foreign minister in the Islamic Republic is. Yeah, we're going to wait for your response. Yeah, the whole world knows that the president has rejected your proposal again for the 4th time. Meanwhile, on the streets of Iran, the Islamic Republic supporters who are out and about in a small crowd shouting every night, they are getting a little bit overexcited. They are chanting the infamous chants, that one of the things that they have, which is hit the Jews. Yeah, literally. Hit the Jews, hit them everywhere, hit whatever. I'm not kidding. I'm going to show you the video. The subtitles is at the top. Just watch this nonsense. Can we get this clarified? Hang on. It starts with hit the Jew. Obviously, right? That's what they do. Well, that's what they think they do, but they always miss. And then hit them, whatever that is, basically Israel, whatever you see, maybe the UAE, hit everything. Hit everything. That's overexcitement on a whole new level. That means hitting yourself as well, you idiots. And so, and then we've got something about Ali's swords, just weird stuff happening at the same time. So this is what they're doing over there. Having said that, the IRGC have now given, something is happening. What is that? What? Okay. Something's happening in London. I'll find out what's going on. The IRGC have now given President Donald J. Trump a 30-day deadline. I am not even joking. You know, the whole thing was the Americans are holding the cards, and they are the ones setting basically the conditions. They set deadlines because it's the American empire. If they're going to kill you, they're going to kill you. You're going to have to listen to them. Somehow today, the IRGC guys woke up and said, you know what? Let's flip the table. Let's try it. Let's set a deadline. Let's give the Americans a 30-day deadline to lift the naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. And they've said that the Americans have been pushed into a corner. They have no other option but to listen to our deadline. And that's why, following that announcement, President Trump posted on Truth Social that as of tomorrow, Monday, the 4th of May the 4th be with you, by the way, the US is now launching Project Freedom. Instead of lifting the blockade, they are now going to escort vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. This is becoming comedy. The insanity of the Islamic Republic. So the one time they tried to bluff, President Trump said, I don't really care. No deadline. You can set deadlines. We're going to come and escort the vessels tomorrow morning. They're now saying, the Islamic Republic state media, that Iran is preparing for the second phase of war. A meeting has taken place this week between, this is brilliant, the IRGC, so that's Vahidi, Ahmad Vahidi, who's in charge of the IRGC, the bald guy with the weird thing, the mark on his forehead. That's the guy in charge of Iran right now. Between the IRGC guy, Ahmadi, Vahidi, and Ghalibaf, they brought Ghalibaf back, Ghalibaf, the Speaker of Parliament, and the President, forgot about him, he also is important sometimes, President Pezeshkian, and the Foreign Minister, Abbas Araghchi. This is according to the IRGC media. There's been no evidence of any of these guys being seen together because we don't even know where they are. They are claiming to still be friends, but they're not actually friends because you've got different factions, right? So they've said that they have now held a meeting. They are now prepared for the second phase of war, which goes against what they said, which is 30-day deadline. President Trump also said last night about the US resuming the strikes in Iran, and he said that's a possibility, obviously, that could happen.
Under what circumstances would you restart military strikes on targets?
Well, I don't want to say that. I mean, I can't tell that to a reporter. If they misbehave, if they do something bad, but right now, we'll see. But, it's a possibility that could happen, certainly.
The interesting thing is, I always wonder, how did these people become journalists and reporters? They always ask the most stupid question that even a 12-year-old would not come up with. You can't go to the President of the United States live on TV in the middle of basically a limbo where both sides are keeping the cards close to their chest and say, okay, President of the United States, are you going to be launching strikes now on the IRGC in Iran? Like, what do you think is going to happen? Is he going to say yes? Yeah, we can do it in about 10 minutes. Thank you for asking. No. And he said, well, I'm not going to answer that, but yeah, there's a possibility. That usually means it's going to happen. And also there is this situation with the propaganda conspiracy that has been created by a Pentagon. And I think at this point, they are doing it on purpose. So for those who don't know, we have the pizza index around Pentagon. There's a lot of pizza delivery shops. And the whole theory has been for a very long time, once you have a lot of people ordering pizza delivery around that area, that means they are not going home. They're going to stay in the office. The US military on standby. They're going to have a lot of pizza. But I'm pretty sure over the last few years, the guys at Pentagon have been using it to basically test the waters and scare off the enemy. Because tonight, again, over the last few hours, we have had nearly all of the pizza places around Pentagon being extremely busy. Now, what a coincidence. Now, obviously, some would say, there we go, yeah, that's it. This is the sign that something is about to happen imminently. Or it could just be that Pentagon wants you to think that they're about to do something and while tricking the enemy. So I think at this point, considering everybody knows about this whole tradition of the pizza index, I think if they really want to order food and if they're all staying in the office till late, I'm pretty sure they're just going to start getting Chinese takeaway or Indian food. Like that, because it's too predictable, it's too obvious. If you're going to always get pizza, everybody's watching the pizza shops. Now, the Islamic Republic Basij members who are in charge of the checkpoints, they are in the state of paranoia, absolute panic. We are technically in the middle of a ceasefire. I mean, it's a largely peaceful ceasefire, but their job is to basically just stop every single person, their cars, check everything to make sure that, they're not anti-regime or they're not planning to do anything. But during the conflict, we had Israeli drones keep hitting them, right? During the ceasefire, we've had some mysterious explosions. So these guys have been told by the IRGC leaders, you have to stand on the streets. You can't leave. You can't abandon posts. It's embarrassing. The whole world is watching. But we have this video from inside Iran during the ceasefire. The paranoia that these guys have, there's an interaction. One of the Iranian civilians filmed it, secretly filmed it, where we got the subtitles for you guys as well, English subtitles. And you can see that they are so scared. Watch this interaction quickly.
گم شدی؟ بله. آدرس میخوای؟ نه گفتم اینجا امنی هست مثلا نقشه هست. نقشه اینجا نقطه ما رو نزنی کلک. نقطه ما رو نزنی ها.
Don't reveal our location. Get us here.
کلک نزنی. این مستقیم میخوره.
It's trying to pretend to be getting directions. I love that. So, where am I going?
میخوام بسکاره هم مستقیم میره. بسکاره. اشتباه اومدم؟ یا گل بگی بزن اینجا قشنگ. بسکاره ببینی؟ اشتباه اومدم. دور باید بزنین اینوری بری حدود 20 دقیقه. برو خاطر خیابون بهشت. خاطر بلد نیست. کلان محله رو میتونی پیدا کنی؟ هفته ایرانیه. هفته ایرانی.
Just at the end, it's just chit chat at the end. But yeah, it's like jokingly, like don't reveal our location. Obviously, we're going to get hit. But there is also an update on the water crisis in Iran, which is getting even more serious than it was over the last few months or a year or so, and everything else that's been happening. Let's have a look, because one of the major things that's actually been going on over the last few weeks is following the infrastructure of the Islamic Republic being completely abandoned because the regime didn't really have the resources to even look after the remaining parts of the infrastructure. We now have the 5 main dams in Tehran, in the capital, that are now below 20% capacity. Now, this is despite the fact that there's been a lot of rain over the last few days, but under 20% capacity. Now, the spokesperson for Tehran's water and water company, wastewater company, has said that dams held 345 million cubic meters of water. That's about 18% capacity. And he has said that the reserves were 90 million cubic meters lower than last year. And that means that very soon, they are completely going to run out of water. In the capital, by the way. The major city, the main city in Iran, there's not going to be any water very soon. Now, this is also on top of the overall infrastructure crisis when it comes to the resources, when it comes to electricity, oil, gas, everything that we have. Because the blockade of Hormuz is basically destroying that part. It's not really just about the oil revenue for the Islamic Republic that's been suffocated, but it's also actually the reality is that they're all going to implode and they're not going to have anything for their own people. This is why the IRGC have been so desperate over the last few days that they kept, despite the fact that they've been saying, we're not going to talk to the Americans, they've sent 4 proposals for a deal, and every single one has been rejected, even though the ones from today was actually, they've compromised. From their perspective, they compromised massively. And, but of course, President Trump said no. And then they decided to obviously do that 30-day deadline. And then President Trump said, we're going to launch Project Freedom tomorrow, Monday, the 4th of May. People in Iran are also sending a message to the Islamic occupation forces. There are these posters that have been going around in Iran. I can translate this. This is in Karaj, the city to the west of the capital. It says to the IRGC, you stole the people's money, you looted the nation's wealth. Now, after being defeated, everything's being destroyed, everything's gone. Leave us and get out of our lives. Khamenei is waiting for you, basically in hell. This time, there will be no refuge for you in Iran. You are no longer safe. So these are the messages, obviously, that we've seen a lot of graffitis, we've seen a lot of posters and banners getting burned down. Obviously, a lot of the IRGC militants have been targeted over the last few days by the Immortal Guard in Iran, who also did the uprising a few months back in January, December and January that we had. But there is one of them actually was 3 days ago, when we had the 14 IRGC operatives who were wiped out in a mysterious explosion in Zanjan. These are the faces of some of these guys. And as you can see, compared to even a few months ago, even a year ago during the 12-day war or previously, the ages of the IRGC operatives, they are getting younger and younger and younger. One of the main problems was that, as I've said before, the Islamic Republic are they're not just sexist or racist or everythingists, they're also very much ageist. The people who've been running Iran since 1979 have been the same people, because a lot of them just live forever. They've still been running until Israel and the US started to wipe them out. So all the ones who were already in that, they were 200 years old or 300 years old, they started dying. The second tier was the ones who were in their like 60s and 70s. They got killed. They got the 50s. And now they're getting younger. They're in their 30s now. Soon we're going to have 12-year-olds who have also been recruited. They're going to be the leaders of the Air Force and Navy at this point. We do have an update from the U.S. Central Command as well. Admiral Brad Cooper has been pretty active today and yesterday. So yesterday he visited one of the, actually a couple of warships, but he also went to USS Milius yesterday on the 2nd of May. There was the guided missile destroyer that is around the region. And this is symbolic, but also, of course, he's been holding strategic meetings with the commanders on board. There has also been some conversations between Admiral Cooper and Eyal Zamir, the head of the IDF, which I'm going to go to in a second. But there were some troubles earlier because some of these little tiny fast boats from the IRGC started attacking a couple of large international cargo ships, including one, I believe, from the UK. The problem with this is that they were not able to seize it. So they initially announced that we've seized another boat and then another ship, and then we realized they didn't actually seize it. But the US military obviously are now going to be preparing to escort these vessels and tankers out of the Persian Gulf tomorrow, which will be quite interesting to see. On the other side, the Israelis and Hezbollah in southern Lebanon continue to fight despite the largely peaceful ceasefire. We have the latest video from the IDF artillery attack in southern Lebanon. Now, the other thing I was going to actually show you is the situation with the oil capacity in Iran, because they're not able to basically export them through the Strait of Hormuz because the US blockade continues. So what they've decided to do is to become oil smugglers. The IRGC are now using the Pakistani border. Of course, Pakistan are always involved with this. Anything that's criminal, smuggling things or grooming people, Pakistan are always like, yeah, I'm ready. Does anybody want to do some crime? We are here for you guys. So the Islamic Republic picked up the phone to Pakistan saying, can we bring some oil, like tiny, tiny bits, literally put them, like petrol, put them in cars, and we're going to basically take it out of our country. This is the video we have from the border between Pakistan and Iran. What a mess. So desperate. Let's take some petrol out. Now, there is also the update, as I said, Eyal Zamir and Admiral Cooper have been discussing things, which is, again, every single time this happens, a few days after, we have some sort of strike happening. There's a couple of reactions here. First, do you think they are just buying time so they can dig out the weapons that they have in missiles? And look, they're not digging out weapons. They already have the weapons they need. Like, they got their missile cities. It doesn't take that much time. We've had weeks of ceasefire. Now, they already have everything that they need. It doesn't really matter because before this war started 2 months ago, they were fully ready, full capacity, all missiles and drones, and within 30 seconds, they were completely destroyed and they lost their air defense. So even if they want to bring back weapons or whatever they want to do, regroup, doesn't matter, let them do it, because the US military and the Israeli Defense Forces could disable that within seconds again. Touch the boats, please. Touch the... Sounds dirty. The IRGC are like me, toothless.
Okay, so I think Tusi's just going to the super chats now. So Armin, where are you? Armin. Don't know where Armin is. All right. Well, while we're waiting for Armin to come back, I guess we'll have to go to more Persian food until... Oh, there
I'm
he
here,
is.
I'm here.
Oh,
I
you're
was
here.
just... yeah, sorry. I was hearing it in my ear saying, Armin. I'm like, I'm coming. I'm running.
Running.
I'm running up the stairs. I'm like, oh no.
Oh no. All good. All right. So those were the latest updates from Tusi. Let's go back to President Trump's post.
Okay.
Because you were going to play some devil's advocate.
I don't know if I want to, because I saw in the chat it was unpopular. Like, people were like, Armin, you're wrong. Goldie is red. I'm like, okay. I was like, oh, you know what? Never mind. Like, I was just trying to consider the other side. I was like, so I don't know. It's gonna get a
I
little
mean,
hate.
I think it's always, I think it's important to consider the other side. So, I mean, I'm okay with that.
okay. All right. Okay. All right. So the other perspective, which is definitely wrong, it's the definitely wrong perspective on this. Okay, it's completely wrong. Okay, put your pitchforks away, everybody. I'm not saying it. Okay, is that President Trump his preference is not to to avoid full-on confrontation, and this suggests that he wants to continue with the blockade instead of head-to-head confrontation, military. He's asking everybody, and he thinks the blockade, justifiably thinks the blockade is working so well that there is no need as of right now, okay, for going on full boom boom, right? And that the reason why he was considering going full boom boom is because of all the other countries, because the United States was like, we're okay here. The blockade is working. Our economy is doing well. Other people are suffering because of the Strait of Hormuz being closed, but we're okay. And the other countries were like, what the hell, United States? Other countries, including Arab countries, around the Persian Gulf, Saudi Arabia, UAE, other countries, maybe including Israel, that is very eager to go back to war to finish off their checklist. Other countries like Japan, South Korea, they're like, this is not sustainable for us. You're having fun with the blockade. We're not. You need to open the Strait of Hormuz. and they have some influence over like President Trump because these are allies of the United States. So, like, President Trump wants to, maintain a friendly relationship, somewhat of a friendly relationship with its allies, right? So President Trump was like, okay, give me some suggestions for military operations. And Admiral Cooper and General Kane came out and gave 3 military operations. And like President Trump looked at 3 different suggestions, and President Trump was like, yeah, this is great, but it's too much. We don't want to go full on boom boom. How about we actually try to open the Strait of Hormuz in a different way? Instead of going to war with the Islamic Republic head to head for now, let's see how much they're hurting. And now President Trump is talking to the Islamic Republic and like, listen, we're not going to stop the blockade. I know it's hurting you, but you mofos need to back down while we secure the Strait of Hormuz, okay? And or else we're going to have to come and kill more regime leaders and some of your power plants, okay? So you're not giving us the enriched uranium. We're not going to stop the blockade. But how about I don't kill you for now, and then you let us secure the Strait of Hormuz. And some parts of the Islamic Republic told him, okay, but the other parts of the Islamic Republic would probably want to challenge this, whatever United States was going to do on Monday on Strait of Hormuz. And all of this could break apart before even Monday arrives, because, again, the Islamic Republic is not united on what they're going to do. But maybe President Trump, just maybe, again, I'm not saying that, but maybe some people, not me, some people will look at this and see that maybe President Trump is trying to avoid escalation. This is a de-escalation measure. Okay, so Goldie, that's what some bad people will say. Okay. Okay, well,
Yeah, I mean,
that's one interpretation. Okay.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely a theory from the opposing side. I just don't see how this is a de-escalation when President Trump at the end of his statement says if anyone interferes with the humanitarian intervention or the humanitarian project, we will deal with them forcefully.
Right. Yes.
And what's interesting is that he's naming this something new. He's naming it like, I don't know, Operation Freedom or something.
Freedom. Yeah. Where is it? Yeah, Operation Freedom. Epic Freedom or just Freedom?
I think it's just Freedom. I don't know. It's somewhere there. I have to find it.
Project Freedom.
Project. So he's calling this Project Freedom, which, freedom in more ways than one. So I think freedom implies refers to a number of different types of freedom, including freedom for the Iranian people. So I think this is very interesting. This could also be one of the ways that President Trump is going around Congress trying to shut him down, because, if something lasts longer than 60 days, then it needs congressional approval. So the fact that President Trump is starting something new, and he's calling it Project Freedom, it's almost as if the 60 days are restarting.
Yeah. So the question is this the freedom of the Strait of Hormuz or the freedom of the Iranian people? That's room. Like, that depends on how you see it. Freedom of navigation and open in international trade routes, or the freedom of the Iranian people?
I think it could refer to a number of things. I think it has more meaning than one.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's sort of how I see that post.
Yes. So I think that.
Oh, sorry. Continue.
I think there are right now people within the Islamic Republic right now that are like, okay, guys, we cannot, like, stand back, everybody. This is our chance. And there are other people within the Islamic Republic who are saying, let's go and SHIT up right now, right? Like, let's go attack this. And the parts that are like, oh my God, this is our opportunity to de-escalate, don't know how to hold back the other parts of the Islamic Republic who want to just escalate. That's the problem the Islamic Republic is dealing with.
You absolutely, but Armin, on top of that, I think we also it's important to look at everything in context, right? So when we look at President Trump's post, with respect to what he said yesterday, right? He says they have not yet paid a big enough price for what they have done to humanity and the world over the last 47 years. So
right.
President Trump still wants, the Islamic regime to pay the price for what they have done. I think I know what the price is. The price is obviously destruction, either through unconditional surrender or through boom booms. And so I think that with this new post, we have to keep that in context as well, and we have to remind ourselves of that. And I think President Trump, I think he knows that the Islamic regime is not going to accept the conditions here, and the Islamic regime will interfere with this process, especially given the news that today one of the ships trying to navigate through the Strait of Hormuz was attacked by the Islamic regime. You heard about that, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Some people
so-
refer to it.
Yeah, so because one of the ships was attacked today by the Islamic regime, this is pretty much President Trump putting them on. I mean, this is how I see it. President Trump is putting them on notice that if they continue this, or the next time they do this, there's going to be boom booms.
So when the markets open, we're going to see what the market thinks about this post, whether this is escalatory or de-escalatory. So if oil prices go up, they think the market is going to think that this is escalatory. If the oil prices go down, the market is going to think that this is de-escalatory. So we'll see how they vote.
Yeah.
What do you guys think in the chat? Escalatory or de-escalatory? The post by President Trump, the recent one. Interesting. We'll see.
You know what? Why don't you put a poll?
Ooh, good idea. Widgets. Always. Okay. Is the most recent post by President Trump an escalatory post or a de-escalatory post? Is that a good question?
Yeah.
I think so.
And then I will play a song while we're waiting for the response. Wait, which song should I play?
Okay. Create. Okay. Where is it? Do you guys start and show? Do you see it? Why is it not showing for me?
I don't think you've put it up yet.
Okay, it's there. I'm trying to click on start and show. Look at it. Do you see it? In the widgets, it's the
No.
last one. Okay, let me try this again.
Wait, maybe if we have too many polls, let me delete some of the polls.
Oh yeah, let's delete some of them.
Okay, I don't see yours. I just see is Bluto a planet, and should we have more slides?
So I'll create one again and start. You can only have one active poll. Okay, so because we didn't stop the last one.
You forgot to
Okay.
stop your slide poll. Okay.
Okay, stop the last one. Now start. There we go. It worked.
But
Oh,
change
let me put
the
it
change the position. Put it in the top right,
Top right.
like on top of the chat. There we
Yep,
go.
There we go.
Okay.
So guys, put a 1 in the chat for escalatory. Put a 2 in the chat for de-escalatory.
Hey, hey, hey. standing tall and flat. Don't need food or coffee, don't get sweaty or fat. Hair locked tighter than a government line. Not one strand moves, not even in time. Flick, no blinking, no stress, just stand and stare. Meanwhile explaining things no one prepares. I am cardboard to see, hey! Same speech, new day. On replay, cut me out, take me down, still run the show. Explaining it again, real slow. Every live stream, it's the same old show. Same 5 questions, IQ below. Foo! Wait, can you say it one more time? Bro, I just did. Like 8 times, dope. Surrounded by chaos, lost in the fog. Explaining basics like it's dialogue with a log. If patience was money, I'd own the street. Instead, I'm cardboard on repeat. Repeat. I am cardboard to see, yeah. Hair still perfect, don't need a mirror, oh. Flat but famous, loud and clear. Even cardboard gets it, why you still here? Yeah, still explaining it. What?
I'll never forgive you, Armin, for putting me in the gold belly dancing outfit.
I
even
did
though it doesn't
not
look like
do
me.
this. This is a lie. This is a
All you.
lie.
All you.
It was not me. And
Okay.
there's nothing wrong with wearing a gold dress and being a belly dancer.
Yeah. All right,
Stop
guys,
the
the
belly
results of
dancer
the
here.
poll are in. All right, Armin, you want to stop the poll?
Oh yes.
So most people think that it is escalatory.
Escalatory. Stop poll. All right. So 18% de-escalatory, 82% escalatory. Okay.
Interesting.
Interesting.
I mean, I agree. I think that this is escalatory. Because it's basically laying the foundation and setting the stage for more boom booms. Because Armin, do you actually think that the Islamic regime is going to accept the fact that President Trump is speaking on behalf of the country of Iran?
Well, I mean, it's not like they have much of a choice. Like their military capability is very limited. And if United States actually does send ship to secure the maritime train routes around the Strait of Hormuz, I don't think the Islamic Republic has enough Navy power right now to be able to challenge U.S. warships. So, I mean, the United States, the mere existence of the United States is something that these people don't accept, let alone them making these statements. But it's more about what can you do about it rather than them accepting it or not, because okay, you don't accept it. Okay, sure. Okay, what are you going to do now? Like what are you going to do? Okay. So, right. So, yeah. So we'll see. We did see them putting more mines. So here's something about the mines that everybody has to understand in the Strait of Hormuz. So the Islamic Republic is allegedly putting more mines in the Strait of Hormuz. And many people have this wrong assumption that to secure a trade route in the Strait of Hormuz, you need to basically look for mines all over the Strait of Hormuz and clean it from all mines. That is not really the case. You just have to find one path and just make sure there's no mines there, and that will be enough. As long as people don't go off the path and you cleanse and you make it clear that there's no mines here, then the Strait of Hormuz is open.
Yeah, no, I mean you make a good you make a very good point there as well. I'm just very interested to see how Ghalibaf and Arakchi and Khamenei and these X accounts that are not being run by them, obviously. I'm interested to see how they're going to respond because again, the fact that President Trump is saying that he's speaking on behalf of the country of Iran, like the Islamic regime, they're not going to take that very well. and that's going to be incredibly offensive to them, right? So I feel like President Trump is goading them on in a way.
So yeah, so President Trump, when you say speaking on behalf of the Islamic Republic, you're talking about the part that he comes and exposes them being more flexible to President Trump.
No, he's speaking on behalf of the country of Iran in his post.
The country, because sometimes when President Trump says Iran, he means the Islamic Republic sometimes.
I know, but that's not my point. My point is regardless of whether he means the country of Iran or the Islamic Republic, the fact that President Trump is speaking on behalf of Iran, whether it's the IRGC or the people, that's going to trigger the Islamic Republic, because they're going to be like, who gave President Trump the authority to speak on behalf of Iran, whether it's the IRGC or the people?
So this is the part you're talking about? Very positive. Which like exactly which part? This one?
The part where it says, no, read, this is, go down. No, go back down, where he says, this is a humanitarian gesture.
Okay. So this is a humanitarian on behalf of United Middle Eastern country, in particular the country of, okay. So
he's saying, but like, if you get rid of the United States Middle East part, he's basically saying this is a humanitarian gesture on behalf of the country of Iran. So President Trump is speaking on behalf of the country of Iran, and he's basically saying, like with this sentence, he's implying that even Iran has agreed to this humanitarian gesture. But have we seen a statement from Vahidi or any sort of Islamic regime official that confirms this? Have we seen any of them say anything?
So can I?
Yeah.
So the way I see what happened here is that the Islamic Republic capitulated behind the scenes to President Trump. Not some parts of the Islamic Republic, some other parts of this. So the people who you're saying that will be offended, which you're correct about, that they will see this and they will be offended. In my mind, they would read this and they will think this. They will think that who's the traitor among us who went and told President Trump that we are going to be cooperating. So they will see this as a sign that President Trump has gotten some people within the Islamic Republic to agree with cooperating with President Trump on this matter. And President Trump is now sweet-talking them, like, oh my God, thank you so much for doing this. And he's exposing that some parts of the Islamic Republic has agreed to work with President Trump on working with this on this matter. And it's going to start a manhunt, which means that other parts of IRGC are not going to be, other parts of the Islamic Republic are not going to be like, who are these mofos who are working with President Trump on doing this? That's how I see what's going on. Because President Trump usually, and every time he says that, oh yeah, they're capitulating, they're saying yes to me, he ended up being correct about it. Like, it wasn't always just mind games. There were some people, yeah, exactly that. That's exactly what's happening. Thank you. Right. Yes.
Yeah, and so that's what I mean when I'm saying that President Trump is trolling the regime, because now the regime, they're going to be looking inwards and being like, okay, who agreed to this? Who's speaking with him? Is it Ghalibaf? Is it Arakchi? Like, is it Pezeshkian? Right? Like, Vahidi is going to be freaking out now, going like, wait, who the heck agreed to this? So this is like a masterclass for President Trump in trolling the regime. And if anything, he is, with this post, he's contributing more to the collapse of the regime through this infighting.
Yeah, and Goldie, I think that sometimes some people like Jalili would be actually suspicious that maybe it's even Vahidi who agreed to this. Like maybe Jalili would be accusing, like maybe thinking, like, what if it's Vahidi himself that is agreeing to this behind the curtain, behind the scenes?
So it's going to be very interesting to see, the social media posts coming out on X by the Durkas in the next, let's say 24 hours or so.
Right.
and how they respond to President Trump.
Exactly.
So yeah, that's sort of where we are with all this. And what's interesting is he also said that this humanitarian, gesture is going to start Monday morning, Middle Eastern time. So what's the current time?
Well, Middle Eastern time. Which
2 a.m.
country in the Middle East are we talking about? Iran?
I mean, I would assume Iran, right? I would assume this, is probably like Iran. So it's like
It's
2 a.m.
2
right
a.m.
now. So I mean, let's say like 6 a.m. So like this, theoretically, supposedly, will start in about 4 or 5 hours from now.
Yes. Wow. Wow. So, I mean, I'm all in for this, because this is the part that I enjoy watching the most. Even Goldie, I don't know, maybe some people disagree with me on this, but I actually enjoy watching the infighting among different segments of the Islamic Republic. Sometimes even more than the explosions. Okay, I know that might not be a popular thing to say, but I do enjoy them turning against each other so much. So, I'm here for it.
Charandi Marandi has already posted.
What did he say?
As expected, no ships will be allowed to exit the Persian Gulf without permission from the Iranian armed forces. Only a fool would attempt to ignore an Iranian warning. So that was posted about half an hour, just over, half an hour ago. So I told you, Trump is trolling them. He's baiting them, and now they're all freaking out because they're like, who agreed to this? And they're all going to put out statements saying that no, we never agreed to this. We disagree with this. And so President Trump is basically laying the groundwork to go after them, and continue a new round of boom booms based on this freedom project.
I have a prediction that might come true. I don't know. But if some ships make it through, because Americans, provide a secure path for them to go through the Strait of Hormuz, I think that some of these people, their copium would be like, of course it went through because we allowed it. It went through without permission. So that is going to be their way out. When you prove that some of these ships are going through, they're going to be like, well, they had our blessing, so that means that we're still in control. That's their copium.
Yep. So just a matter of time. I wonder what Mark Levin's going to say about that tonight. I'm going to be watching Mark Levin for sure. But yeah, that's sort of where we are. And let's see how it all plays out. I mean, I don't know if you have any more news for us or anything, Armin, but that's pretty much all I have for today.
Okay, hold on. Let me just I had just a few things.
Listen, you can take as much time as you like, because I always like it when you show us Durka videos and explain Durka.
Oh, really? Okay. Let me just see. Yeah, okay. If you want Durka, then I have Durka.
Well, but if you have updates, let's go to the updates first, and then we can do Durka afterwards as well.
Okay. I have one Durka, one Rubio video, one Scotty B video. By the way, guys, Scotty B is Scott Bessons. Okay, and then, but the one I don't know if we, and just let me just read this as well, because I think this requires a reminder. Okay, so new execution that we need to talk about. Okay, so Iran executed political prisoner Mehrab Abdulzadeh, who had been arrested during the Women Life Freedom Movement. So this is from way back. Okay, they had him, and now they executed
4 years ago.
4 years ago. At Urumiyeh prison on Sunday morning, the judiciary's Mizan News said. So, guys, they had him for 4 years. So this is the reason why we say that if the Islamic Republic doesn't execute somebody now, it doesn't mean that they have been spared. They just wait, they just hold them, and they might take 4 years or 3 years or 2 days or a few hours to execute. It's all over the place, right? So he was in the protest 4 years ago, and they executed him now. Iran also executed 2 more men on Saturday after the Supreme Court upheld their death sentences for so-called spying for Israel and cooperating with the Mossad intelligence service. I mean, that's the accusation. We don't know if it's true, but if it is true, they're heroes. If it's not true, they're still heroes because they were in they're fighting for the liberation of their country. Then we have the hangings come as authorities continue to carry out daily executions, taking place against the backdrop of a fragile ceasefire following the conflict that erupted on February 28. Abdulzadeh was transferred to solitary confinement after a verbal dispute with an officer in the visitation hall of Urumia prison. Kurdistan Human Rights Network reported on April 28th. So apparently they decided to move him to solitary confinement after he had a fight with somebody, and after that they quickly executed him. So apparently getting to a fight with the officials in the prison could be quite deadly. So that was that. And then this was just Durka news. So apparently the Islamic Republic is talking about the Minab school situation, and their news story is a little bit contradictory to what they have been telling us so far. So this is an IRGC person. Okay, I can read the translation. Saying they announced that a number of drones were coming from the sea towards Minab. Okay, and then they ask, were you alone, or was there someone from my colleague? Okay, so from your colleagues. They're like, no, I was with some other people from some of my colleagues. There were 3 of them with me. So they basically at that moment they started shooting at the drone. And we realized that the shooting is not going to help stop the drones. They told us that the drones are going towards the school. When we reached there, the school was on the other side of the street. We stood in front of it. We shot again. We said, sir, bring the dushka. The first one we hit. The first one, okay. So we hit one of them. And it went down. So thank God it didn't explode. Okay, so this is interesting because we need to see the full version of this. But they're talking about drones hitting Minab school, which contradicts their own narrative because they were saying it was Tomahawk missiles. Up until now, they were talking about Tomahawk missiles. So we need to watch the full version of this because this is a major contradiction to what they have been saying so far about the Minab school bombing. But I need to see this in context because I don't know if this is edited in a way to make it seem like it's a contradiction or if it's an actual contradiction. But this is crazy because the whole narrative so far that the Minab school, what happened to Minab school was because of U.S. Tomahawk missiles. So this contradiction is a big deal because this guy is IRGC. So let me see let's go to, this is less important because it's about Europe. But let's go to Scotty B.
Can you give
Let me play this.
Can you give us an update on the economic choke that you have been putting in place in Iran? Are you still looking to apply secondary sanctions or sanctions on Iran or those doing business with Iran?
Yeah, and Maria, just to remind you and your viewers, this began with the order last March from President Trump on max pressure. And 3 weeks ago, the president gave the order to Treasury, myself, to begin economic fury. And the way to think about that, we were running a marathon over the past 12 months, and now we are sprinting towards the finish line. And I can tell you that we are suffocating the regime, and they are not able to pay their soldiers. This is
all right, guys. Look at this graph. Look at this map. Sorry, there's an interesting thing that a lot of people are being confused by, because Al Jazeera had a really dishonest report suggesting that the blockade is not working because they counted, I don't know, like 28 ships or whatever. I forgot the number. They said 28 ships went, I don't know, forgot the number, but this many ships went through the blockade. And that report suggested that the blockade, the US blockade, is not working. But if you look at the report very carefully, the Al Jazeera report, they are looking at the ships going through the Strait of Hormuz. They're counting that. Do you understand how dishonest that is? Because the US blockade is over here. The US blockade is over here. They're counting ships they're counting ships leaving ports of Iran and going through the Strait of Hormuz. They're counting that in their report as reasons for the US blockade is not working, but the US blockade is here. So even if you go through the Strait of Hormuz, well, you haven't reached the blockade yet. You have to go through here for you to be able to count it as as a failure of the US blockade. So that was a very dishonest report by Al Jazeera. If a ship leaves the Iranian port here and goes here and then passes through the Strait of Hormuz, that's not a failure of the US blockade. If they pass, and guys, even some of them who pass here, they get chased by US warships and they get hunted down after they pass this line. Okay? So
yeah, but I mean, Al Jazeera is basically a propaganda mouthpiece for Qatar, and they've always been pro IRGC. So this is why you can never trust Qatar. You can never trust Qatar. You can never trust Al Jazeera. And you know what's really interesting is you have all these like pro-terrorist, pro-jihad, anti-America accounts on X and other places, and they're basically showing the traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. And they're like, see, there's no US blockade. But like Armin said, that's not where the blockade is. The blockade is right where the border. It's at the border between Iran and Pakistan, right? So that's where the US blockade is. So I mean, who cares if ships are passing through the Strait of Hormuz? That doesn't mean anything at all. So Armin's absolutely right.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. All right, let's continue with the rest of this.
They are not able to pay their soldiers. This is a real economic blockade, and it is in all parts of government, all hands on deck. It is the blockade that our great Navy is doing. No ships are getting through, and we have upped the pressure on anyone trying to remit money into Iran to help the IRGC. And they are a corrupt institution. They've been stealing from the Iranian people for years. They have money offshore. We've tracked that down. We will continue to track that down. And we're going to preserve those assets for the Iranian people on the other side of this conflict.
Okay, that was great. Thank you, Scott Bessent. That was, that's very wholesome when he says that we're going to hold the money for the Iranian people. One thing that I think we need to talk about more right now, I'm getting more messages from inside Iran from some of my friends, and guys, I'm getting. Let me give you the negative and the positive. The negative is that the economic situation is getting really, really bad. Things are getting very expensive for my friends inside Iran. Also, another negative is that they are really stressed out. they're facing a lot of anxiety and also a lot of anger because of the pro-regime street protests. One of my friends told me that when she was walking outside, she noticed that the numbers of the pro-regime people within the protest is dropping, and she thinks that it's because the money that they're paying them is drying out. But so these are the frustrations and the anxiety and the stress that they're dealing with, especially when it comes to affordability. It's getting really, really tough. But the positive thing that I got from the messages that I'm getting from Iran, by the way, more of my friends are now connected, which is interesting, is that they can't wait for the uprising. So if you're wondering, like, I know this is anecdotal and I don't have any statistics, but based on the messaging that I got, because I was wondering if like the desire, like the drive and the for going back into the streets and topple the regime after all of this time, has it been reduced somewhat or if it's still there? And without me asking, every single one of my friends, when they managed to reach out to me, were just without me prompting them, said that they can't wait to go back and for the next uprising, which is very interesting. One thing to make you guys understand how bad the economic situation is right now. So you already know that the currency just dropped recently, 15% in just 2 days. 15%, the currency value dropped 15% in 2 days, which is, you might think 15% is not that much, but in 2 days, that's crazy. That's basic. They shattered a new record to hit 1.8 million rials per US dollar. Some people are saying it's actually 2 million rials per dollar. But it's 1.8 in the market right now, but it's probably going to reach 2 million pretty soon as well. So, and we have astronomical inflation. The central bank in Iran reported a staggering inflation rate of, well, actually, I don't know. I don't even know if I want to mention these numbers because it's coming from the Islamic Republic and probably the official numbers are, real numbers are different. But it's crazy inflation. I know food inflation is actually the highest in the world right now in Iran. We had $270 billion just vanished. In Tehran estimates direct and indirect economic losses from the conflict at approximately $257 billion. Again, this is a conservative estimate. This is a number basically that nears the country's entire annual GDP. So basically 1 year of GDP just gone. And then we have IMF downgrade. The IMF now projects that the economy will shrink by 6.1% this fiscal year, a brutal reversal from the 1.1% growth projected before the war began in February 28th. This is according to the IMF. And then we have draining of the sovereign wealth fund. So they're tapping into the reserves. The government is desperately tapping into its sovereign wealth fund, estimated to have only around $40 billion left just to fund essential imports like wheat and infant formula. And then the rebuilding costs are massive. A massive portion of these dwindling reserves is being redirected to rebuild war-damaged steel and petrochemical hubs, creating fierce internal tensions over resource prioritization. So many different groups are competing with each other for the remaining resources available. And then the digital economy is dead. And, you know, some people might think that Iran is a backward country that doesn't have much of its economy based on the internet. They would be wrong. A huge portion of Iran's economy was on the internet. So, and the internet shutdown is now entering its third consecutive month. And many, you know, apps like Instagram, which function as a primary storefront for millions of small businesses, bakeries, cosmetics, language tutors, have collapsed, destroying the livelihood of the middle and lower classes. So, guys, in Iran, Instagram is a very, very popular app. Like, it's more popular than most apps, and many small businesses and all other business, many businesses use Instagram as their storefront. So that is not there anymore. So many business, even small businesses that are so many businesses, their businesses was on the internet, so they are basically all completely gone right now. But many other businesses that their businesses was not on the internet, their storefront was still Instagram. So they are hurting really bad right now. So we have mass layoffs, and we have industrial collapses triggering massive job losses on top of the job losses from the internet cut. Recent reports show that only 500 workers were laid off in a single factory in Rasht, and another 700 at a textile plant in Burujerd, as demand shrinks and supply chains break. So, guys, these are anecdotal, but if you just expand this to also many other factories, you can see how horrible the situation is. Even based on the Islamic Republic's own estimates, 2 million people lost their jobs, and that's the conservative estimate that came from the Islamic Republic, right? Because they are actually motivated to show things better than they are, right? There's an urban exodus. Citizens are increasingly abandoning Tehran due to skyrocketing rent and living costs, moving back to smaller towns like Ahvaz and Shiraz, or selling off family gold just to survive one more month. Okay, Goldie, what is that?
So, breaking news. As we predicted, the Islamic regime is not taking President Trump's announcement very well. So, a member of Iranian Parliament's National Security Committee says any U.S. intervention in Hormuz shipping would violate the ceasefire, even though President Trump has already said that the Islamic regime violated the ceasefire like a week ago. And they continue, the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf are not a place for rhetoric. Ibrahim Azizi posted on X after President Trump's escort plan. So the regime is not very happy with President Trump's, new humanitarian intervention project.
Right. It's also, Goldie, here's an interesting thing. There are parts of the Islamic Republic who will come out and say they're not happy about what President Trump said, and they are genuine because they're not happy about it.
Mm-hmm.
But there are other parts of the Islamic Republic who will come out and say that they're against what President Trump said, even though they're the ones who actually said that to President Trump. So even the parts that has been flexible to President Trump, they will pretend that they're like, oh no, what the hell? This is like BS. Like, we will never do such a thing. So there are two camps of regime people who say they will never do such a thing and they're correct about it, and people who say, well, they will never do such a thing, but they're the actual people who did that thing. Right? So yeah, double speak.
Well, they're not going to admit it, because if they admit that they're the ones that agreed to this,
You're right.
then they become targets for the others.
Exactly.
So
all right, those are
yeah.
So Goldie, what's your prediction of where are we going to? I mean, it's hard to predict these things, but
I mean, it is hard to predict. I feel like the regime, because, again, the Islamic regime, they're fractured. Even the IRGC is fractured. I have a feeling President Trump knows that. And I have a feeling that we're going to see the Islamic regime try to prevent ships from going through. And we're going to see United States in turn retaliate. That's my prediction, because we've seen a lot of movement, a lot of military movement. And, like I've said before, President Trump, he's not sending military assets to the Persian Gulf because he wants, the best, Persian pizza recipe, right? He's not there for the Persian pizza recipe. Or the best hot dog recipe.
We wouldn't blame him if he did, though.
You know what? We'll give him all the Persian pizza he wants when Iran is free. But we're seeing a very, very large movement of U.S. military assets, and I think there's a reason for that.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, that's all I had. Did you have anything else you wanted to share?
No, that's about it. That's about it for me. I think we're gonna call it a night and end a little bit early, get a little bit of rest, and I will see you. I'll see you tomorrow for day 100 and what is it? 128? Day 128 of Iran Revolution Live.
And today was 127 and yesterday was 126.
Tomorrow will be 128.
8, okay, and the after one will be 129. But so guys, we're copying the Seda Sima Islamic State TV. So
exactly. So
all
right, Armin. Well, I'm Israel Chai.
I'm Israel Chai. Long live America.
God bless America.
Javid Shah. Payande
Iran. See you guys. All right, guys. See you tomorrow.
See you guys.
غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما، تاریخ ما تفسید گر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و باماش و همگاه. درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در آب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ایران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از من آیین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. با امید روزی که تمام این دل به شور و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم. نه خارجی، نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران، نه کاسه لیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. تا با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردان بیایید داخل صف ما، اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما، پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان، روی شانه هامان حمل می‌کنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش. ایران غرق انقلاب